Talk Productions. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. The Committee of the Whole of Wednesday, April 17, 2024 is hereby called to order. First of all, I'd like to apologize for the delayed start, and obviously we have a lot going on today. Earlier today we did have the funeral services for the sister of our colleague, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, and we want to continue to hold him in our prayers as he goes through this difficult time of bereavement. We also had a very important meeting with the KC Family Foundation today in regards to some of the grants that's provided to this community through the Department of Human Services and others. I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to all present, listening, and viewing. I'd like to welcome you to today's Committee of the Whole where we'll be considering 3 zoning applications for the St. Thomas and John District. This week, the St. Croix Legislature building hosted a perma-plaque ceremony for the St. Croix residents who were honored for their contributions to our community, and we're working and bringing our backlogs of resolutions to current. And of course, on Monday, we'll be doing similar celebrations here in St. Croix, St. Thomas, some as far back as the 30th Legislature was recognized. Some of these awards are given posthumously. For the most part, we are giving these deserving virginals their flowers. While they are here to appreciate it, the perma-plaque ceremony for St. Thomas, like I've indicated, will be Monday, April 22nd, and we look forward to welcoming the honorees and their families as well as well-wishers to the legislature. In recent weeks, I've had the pleasure of attending ribbon-cutting ceremonies and groundbreaking ceremonies across the territory, and congratulations to the Commissioner Oriel and his team at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for the opening of the Florence Williams Public Library, and to the Virginals Fire and Emergency Medical Services for the groundbreaking of the Charles Toppy Seals Fire Station and Multipurpose Center in Estate Grove Place. Congratulations as well to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the grand opening and dedication of the Dale Gregory Transportation Center. This week, my colleagues and I have also participated in policy discussions on child welfare programs and services. Thank you to the St. Croix Foundation and convening the Kids Count Summit, and also the KC Family Programs for visiting the territory and hosting the members of the 35th Legislature in a discussion of the well-being of our children and families in the territory. These meetings are important to our collective initiative to offer data-informed policies that support our most vulnerable residents. Joining us today and representing the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources is our territorial planner, Ms. Leah Laplace Matthew, and her team. As well, we do have the Commissioner Derek Gabriel here today. And I heard today's your birthday. Happy birthday, Derek Gabriel. Happy birthday. Ooh. You're doing what so many of us have done, working our birthday. I remind all present and viewing that there's no votes taken in this committee of the whole, and in fact, we'll be considering these measures before us today during our next legislative session. And at this time, I'll ask that remind you to turn your cell phones on silent or off as to avoid any interruptions of today's meeting, and to ask the Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Here. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Mr. Chairman, we have 10 members present, 5 absent.
Very well, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. And I know that Senator Bocas and Senator Maurice James will be joining us momentarily, as they left that same meeting that I was to earlier. And any correspondence to be read into the record at this time, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed with reading.
Letter dated April 15th, 2024. The Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senate President Francis, please be informed that I am unable to attend the Committee of the Whole set for 1 p.m. on April 17th, 2024, as I will be attending the funeral service of my sister, Marcia DeGraff. I ask that I be marked as excused. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Minority Leader, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated April 17, 2024, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee of the Whole. Dear Senator Francis, please excuse my absence from the Committee of the Whole hearing scheduled for today, April 17, 2024. I note the importance of the agenda items to be discussed in today's hearing and ask that any additional information shared during the hearing be forwarded to my office. I thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
I have one more.
Another one?
One more.
You may proceed.
Letter dated April 17th, 2024, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Mr. President, please be advised that due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be late to today's meeting of the Committee of the Whole. Please mark my initial absence as excused, and I look forward to joining the discussion at the earliest possible opportunity. Thank you for your time and understanding. Sincerely, Angel Bolquez Jr., Senator at Large, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please record Senator DeGraff and Senator Gittins as being excused, and we'll recognize Senator Bolquez as soon as he gets here. Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The 35th Legislature will convene in Committee of the Whole hearing to receive testimony on the following zoning requests. Bill number 35-0137, an act granting a use variance for parcel number 9-3, Estate Glucksburg, numbers 22, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Island, to allow the applicant to lease individual bedrooms under the category lodging/rooming house. Invited testifiers, Honorable John Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Roosevelt St. C. David, Representative, Michael Milne, Resident. Bill number 35-0241, an act granting a zoning use variance for lot number 3, 2nd Street, subdivision of Estate Thomas, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for a restaurant and a fruit bar. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Joseph Carty, applicant, Dion V. Jackson, representative. Bill number 35-0256, an act amending official zoning map number SJZ-1, St. John, Virgin Islands, to allow for the rezoning of parcel number 6-A, Estate Susannaburg, number 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, from R-2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, to P public. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, VI Department of Public Works, Kaisha Arnold, Project Manager, VI Department of Public Works, Jeffrey Boshelty, AIA, NCARB, LEED, AP, Architect, Boshelty Architecture. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have all of the testifiers already seated at the testifiers table. And at this time, we'll go and recognize them individually. We'll start off with Ms. Leah Laplace Matthews on St. Croix. A mic check.
Good afternoon, Senate President Francis, members of the 35th Legislature, viewing and listening public. Leah Laplace Matthew, Territorial Planner, on behalf of Commissioner Oriol for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Assisting me out of the St. Thomas Chambers is Planning Technician Kishoy Samuel.
Thank you. And next we'll come to Commissioner Gabriel.
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
Okay, and we go next to Jomo. Me.
Good afternoon, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeffrey Boshelta, I'm a design consultant, architect, representing Public Works.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
Afternoon, Kishore Samuel, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Planning Technician.
Thank you.
Roosevelt David, President of David's Management and Consulting Services.
Welcome, former Senator. Thank you for having us.
Ari Goldschneider, owner, Gift Hill Land, LLC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Langley Shazer, Project Manager with Gift Hill Land, LLC.
Okay. Next, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Barry Bunker, designer with Gift Hill Land, LLC.
Thank you very much. And we'll begin, of course, with Leah Laplace Matthew and Bill number 35-0137. What we'll do is go through all of the testimonies per the bill number, and then we'll open up the floor for questions. At this time, we'll have Bill number 35-0137. Ms. Leah Laplace Matthew.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. I'd like to ask for the slides for application number ZAJ-23-1 to be shown on the screen. Report on petition to amend official zoning map number SJZ-2. Application number ZAJ-23-1. Petition of Gift Hill Land LLC to amend the official zoning map number SJZ-2 from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to R4 residential medium density for parcel number 9-3 Estate Glucksburg, number 22 Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John. Project profile. Owner/applicant. Gift Hill Land LLC as per warranty deed dated October 13, 2022, document number 2022007314. Acreage. The property consists of 1.11 acres as described on drawing number D9-1234-T75. Current use. Property not in use, however, a building permit was granted for two-story buildings consisting of 2 single-family dwellings which were under construction. Proposed use. To allow applicant to lease individual bedrooms under the category lodging/rooming house. Surrounding uses/zones. Surrounding the property is a mix of empty lots and uses including short-term rentals, owner-occupied residences, a school, and the St. John Rescue Office. The immediate area is zoned R1, residential low density, R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family, and B3, business scattered. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by cistern, and wastewater will be handled by a performance-based septic system. Public response. Prior to and after the department's May 22, 2023 public hearing, 73 letters/petitions were received. Support was expressed by 44 individuals, while 78 individuals expressed opposition and/or concerns. There were 65 public hearing attendees and 22 expressed opposition, concerns, and/or questioned the applicant during the public hearing. The oppositions, concerns, and questions received are summarized below. 1. Site not an appropriate location for an R4 zoned community. If R4 approved, it will be damaging. 2. There are several undeveloped R4 zoned lands near Cruise Bay. 3. Rezoning to R4 is illegal spot zoning that only benefits applicant. Within Estate Glucksburg, developed parcels comply with existing zoning laws and are single-family homes. The proposed rezoning is inappropriate and illegal, not in harmony with St. John's comprehensive plan, and not in keeping with character of district. 4. Location is not the solution to the presented housing situation. 5. Housing of this density should be constructed in areas already appropriately zoned. 6. Inadequate provision for parking. 7, proposed development presents concern of congestion on the streets, overcrowding in neighborhood, undue congestion of population in an area without adequate public transportation, water, sewerage, and increased population density beyond acceptable limits. 8, proposed project neither safe, affordable, nor reasonably designed to target long-term tenants in need of housing on St. John. This type of housing is not what St. John needs or wants. 9, proposal to house temporary workers in communal housing away from town isolates them from local people and discourages learning about the local culture and customs. 10, road not safe for walking. Project should never be approved considering dangerous curves adjacent to site, lack of sidewalks and walking path, and existence of school across the street. 11, impact on nearby school. 12, inadequate water runoff control plan. 13, increased traffic and trash. 14, quiet R2 zone is appropriate zoning for the available area and infrastructure. 15, inadequate setback under R4 zoning. 16, environmental damage and habitat loss. 17, proposed use of containers is unappealing. Container concept would introduce a new architectural style that could detract from the natural beauty of the island, could become part of debris blown around in strong storm. 18, questioned how many of applicant representatives' friends and family live in containers. 19, housing 12 people to one kitchen is invitation to sanitary and law enforcement problems. Permit granted to build 2 units with 12 residents isn't realistic. 20, each individual living unit is tiny, marketable to only single individuals. 21, consider granting variance rather than R4. 22, potential consequences of rezoning and deviation from the initial presented design. Conceptual design can be changed after rezoning. 23, proposal submitted not in accord with the actual language of the zoning code nor consistent with its spirit. 24, application for rezoning must be denied because the currently permitted 2 single-family dwellings do not comply with R2 zoning and currently appealing permit with Board of Land Use Appeals. Application substandard multifamily housing or short-term rental units. 25, proposed development not consistent with neighborhood needs nor consistent with existing composition of mostly single-family homes, will cause further fracturing of relationships between long-term residents and those recently appearing. 26, no change in neighborhood that would encourage reclassification to R4. 27, not in favor of short-term housing being constructed. The noise and traffic from these apartment dwellers are troublesome. The housing being suggested in this project would be perfect for bar/restaurant employees. This is not the solution for long-term housing needed on St. John. 28, public notice may have failed to meet code requirements. 29, impossible to tell what applicant is now asking for, boarding house, guest house, or lodging house. 30, why was allowed to do bait and switch of receiving permit for 2-story, 1-family dwelling, then 4 months later seek to change zoning to a use obviously contemplated at time of permit. 31, lack of trust in the owner, his land clearing results, restaurant shown on plans. 32, what happens if rezoned and owner decides to sell property before building in 5 years? 33, no reasonable and reliable public transportation at location. 34, approval of application as submitted or modified will undermine the respect of the people of the law and process. 35, conceptual drawings show features which applicant stated are not part of proposed, including restaurant trailer, owner's apartment trailer, and different parking configuration. Drawings did not include details on proposed size or location of septic systems, did not show cisterns. 36, insufficient open space to accommodate wastewater generated by 72 units. R4 should only be allowed in places where public sewer systems are available. 37, false claim that this project will benefit St. Jonians by freeing up apartments. If 5 individuals share a 2-bedroom apartment, it is highly unlikely they would move into individual rooms at $1,500 a month. 38, question the affordability and types of professions that would live in a dorm-like setting. Proposed rent makes each unit more expensive than other St. John rental options. 39, how does master plan address the grade changes considering site slope? 40, can runoff/drainage plan be provided/explained? 41, why no silt mitigation was in place? 42, violation for clearing onto adjacent property? 43, will priority be given to people already living on island? 44, target tenant average monthly income? 45, archaeological, endangered plants and animals survey already done and consultant used? 46, demographic breakdown of those expressing interest in co-housing. How many are full-time St. John residents for a year or more and their origin from St. John or elsewhere? 47, legal regulations to guarantee remains long-term rental? Analysis. Mr. Roosevelt David and Mr. Ari Goldschneider testified during the department's public hearing that the intent is to allow construction of a co-housing development. 6 two-story container buildings consisting of 6 dwelling units would be constructed over a 2 to 3 phase, 3-year period. Each dwelling would have 12 bedrooms for a total of 72 bedrooms designed for single occupancy. The intent is to offer each bedroom for rent under independent rental leases, targeting long-term workforce housing. In 2022, the earth change and building permit application was submitted and approved for 2 two-story buildings consisting of 2 single-family dwellings, allowing for 12 tenants each, leasing a dwelling under a single master lease. Rent is proposed at $1,550 to $1,600 per month for a bedroom, private bathroom, and access to shared communal facilities consisting of kitchen, living, dining, and laundry rooms. Interior private space is approximately 1,900 square feet, 1,600 of interior shared space, and 500 exterior shared deck space. Individual rooms will have utility consumption monitored through utility submetering, allowing the on-site property manager to monitor and promote conservation. Approximately 45 parking spaces are proposed, with tenants notified if their bedroom rental unit has an assigned parking space. For building permitting, habitable rooms shall have a floor area of not less than 70 square feet. In 2019, the department released approval guidelines for the conversion of steel containers used for shipping into residential/commercial office use. Containers that were originally designed for residential/office use were already being permitted under the same guidelines as masonry/wood constructed buildings. A complaint on the extent of land clearing was filed with claims that it went over an adjacent property boundary line. The department, however, does not survey land, and boundary disputes are handled by private property owners hiring licensed land surveyors and remedied through the judicial branch. The property's current R2 zoning allows for the parcel, as a matter of right, to be developed with 2 dwelling units, counted by the number of kitchens, once they comply with Section 229 of the zoning code. See below table. R2 zone versus the 9-3 Glucksburg previous permit. R2 zone allows a maximum of 2 dwelling units, counted by kitchens, thus 2 kitchens maximum. 9-3 Glucksburg permitted 2 dwelling units, 2 kitchens. R2 zone, max lot occupancy of 30%. 30% of 1.11 acres is 14,505.48 square feet. 9-3 Glucksburg, 2 buildings permitted lot occupancy was approximately 5,000 square feet or 11%. Minimum lot area for the R2 zone is 10,000 square feet. 9-3 Glocksburg is 1.11 acres, or 48,351.6 square feet. In the R2 zone, the front, side, and rear yards in feet are 15, 10, and 10, respectively. 9-3 Glocksburg, the front yard is greater than 15 feet, side and rear yards were 10 feet. In the R2 zone, the max height limit is 2 stories. 9-3 Glocksburg, where 2-story container buildings permitted. The R2 zoning does not place a bedroom count restriction on dwellings, and the USVI zoning code defines a family as one person or a group of 2 or more persons living together and interrelated by bonds of kinship, marriage, mutual consent, or legal adoption, occupying the whole or part of a dwelling as a separate housekeeping unit with a common set of cooking facilities. The persons thus constituting a family may also include foster children, gratuitous guests, and domestic servants. The zoning code does not restrict a family, unlike more restrictive family definitions of other jurisdictions, to being only related by blood, adoption, and/or marriage, and it does not place a restriction on the number of unrelated individuals constituting a family. The zoning code allows for group housing wherever dwellings are allowed. However, the department has determined the use has to occur under a single master lease, whether used on a short or long-term basis. The single master lease determination was made to differentiate from our boarding and lodging/rooming house uses. These uses could also occur in dwellings, however, with individual leases, thus indicating no mutual consent for a single-family determination. Boarding houses would provide meals for their tenants, while lodging/rooming house would not provide meals. At 1.11 acres, the property has 2 development options under its current R2 zoning to allow for more than 2 dwelling units. 1, subdivision into minimum 10,000 square foot lots could possibly yield 4 lots. Each lot could then be permitted 2 dwelling units, resulting in a maximum of 8 dwelling units. Subdivision plans require the DPNR Commissioner's approval. 2, group dwelling. This option allows for a maximum of 8 dwelling units. Properties acreage multiplied by 8 dwelling units per acre allowed for R2 zoned properties. They can be developed in 2 or more buildings, even in a clustered manner, if sensitive areas are on the property, like guts, historical, and other important resources. The maximum lot occupancy of 4,505.48 square feet could result in creative housing configurations to include triplexes, townhouses, townhomes, fourplexes, etc. The group dwelling option is a permit application that requires detailed plans that would be submitted to the department for review, and a public hearing would allow for public review and comments. The comments received could result in a final plan that satisfies the applicant, DPNR's, and neighbors' concerns. This permit would require the DPNR Commissioner's approval, and conditions can be placed on phasing for performance review and prohibition on the developer using the project for short-term rentals. As the territory tackles its housing crisis, alternative living arrangements have been gathering national attention from the planning field for almost a decade. Zoning reform is being encouraged at the national level to address the housing shortfall, and reform is encouraged to either increase the density of housing allowed in various zoning districts and encourage different housing options by changing the family definition to allow for group/community residences. Group/community residences function and perform similarly to dwellings with family-like settings. They are generally any communal housing arrangement for a group of unrelated individuals. Due to our zoning code's definition, group/community residences are already allowed in 12 out of 18 zones that allow dwellings. The exceptions being children's homes, convalescent, rest, nursing, and retirement homes and sanitariums, and transitional housing, which is not addressed in our code, but has been allowed in the 6 multifamily housing zones, since it is a residential activity closely resembling multiple family housing. The housing crisis was exacerbated after the 2017 storms, with competition of the short-term rental market against long-term rentals. The zoning code does not have a definition for either, and with the 2021 adoption of business licensing criteria, short-term rentals are 90 days or less and have been allowed in all zones where dwellings and the typical hotel/guest house uses have been allowed. As of today's date, April 17, 2024, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs had 414 business licenses for St. John short-term rentals. In comparison, there were 59 long-term rentals with business licenses. The applicant stated his intent for the requested R4 zoning was to address the housing crisis by offering the alternative co-housing option. He wanted the ability to lease individual bedrooms rather than lease the entire 12-bedroom dwelling to a single entity under a single master lease. The requested R4 zoning was intended for a larger density and more uses than the typical R1/R2 single and two-family zones. Areas with access to public sewer lines, water lines, and transportation are most appropriately suited for the 120 persons per acre allowed under R4 zoning. The estate Glucksburg area has only had 2 zoning map amendments. Parcel 9-5 was granted the ability to construct 4 dwelling units as a matter of right on 0.35 acres, Act 6282. Parcel 10-5B was granted B3 zoning to allow for convenience store and office, Act 7795. There was much public opposition to the R4 zone, and the department compared it to the current R2 zoning. See table below. Section 228 uses, Section 229 development provisions, R2 versus the R4 zone. Uses. The R2 zone allows 19 uses permitted as a matter of right, 18 uses permitted subject to conditions. The R4 zone allows 23 uses permitted as a matter of right, 12 uses permitted subject to conditions. In both zones, parking has to be provided in accordance with Section 230. Density, maximum in the R2 zone, 2 dwelling units. In the R4 zone, 120 persons per acre. Lot occupancy, maximum in the R2 zone, 30%. In the R4 zone, 50%. Lot area minimum in the R2 zone, 10,000 square feet. In the R4 zone, 3,000 square feet. Lot width minimum, R2 zone, 75 feet. R4 zone, 40 feet. Front, side, and rear yards in feet. In the R2 zone, 15, 10, and 10 respectively. R4 zone, there's no setbacks. Maximum height limit, in the R2 zone, it's 2 stories. In the R4 zone, it's 3 stories. The department's opinion is that the rezoning of the property to R4 is not appropriate. Although it is recognized that the Virgin Islands has a housing shortage, the property's acreage could allow for a maximum of 8 dwelling units if subdivided or granted a group dwelling permit. The issuance of granting separate leases for the bedrooms can be permitted with a use variance for lodging/rooming house. This would allow for the dwelling to be used by separate individuals not wanting to operate as a family under mutual consent and not being provided with meals by the property owner/manager. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that a use variance be granted to the R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoned parcel number 9-3 Estate Glucksburg Number 22, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, to allow for lodging/rooming house. Signed by Commissioner Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, dated July 21, 2023. I'll now ask for the slideshow for ZAT-24-4 to be shown.
Media, you may show.
Thank you. The report for this application will be read by planning technician.
One second,
Kishore
one
Sam.
second. That's another, that's the other bill we moving towards? No, stop by. Let's hear from the representative and other individuals before we move on to the next one. At this time, did you show all of the slides for bill number 35-0137? Mr. Laplace Matthew? Okay. At this time, we'll hear from Mr. Roosevelt David, as well as we do have two individuals online. One, Mr. Michael Milne, who is also testifying on this particular measure, 35-0137. And we also have a Deanne Jackson, who will be testifying on 35-0241. Before we hear from Mr. Roosevelt David, I'd just like to do a mic check of those individuals. Mr. Milne, media? Mic and video check.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Next, we'll go to Ms. Deanne Jackson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, very well. All right, stand by. We'll come to you momentarily. At this time, Roosevelt David, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable President, Chairman of the Committee of the Whole. Good afternoon to other distinguished senators here today and legislative staff. My name is Roosevelt St. C. David, a longtime licensed consultant and realtor here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I have been engaged by Mr. Ari Goldschneider, principal of Gift Hill Lands, to present this request for a rezoning variance of 9-3 Glucksburg St. John from R2 low density to R4 medium density. However, this gentleman has since then changed his request to a use variance in the spirit of compromise and cooperation. The purpose of this ask is specifically to build some long-term, and I express and emphasize, long-term housing units for the St. John community, recognizing that the housing stock for locals on St. John is non-existent. As a matter of fact, this housing issue has reached crisis proportion, crisis mode. And I believe the private sector can help, as this gentleman is trying to do. The government has been doing its best over the years, but has had its challenges. I have lived on St. John as far back as 1967, some 57 years ago, and for many years, where I have developed tremendous relationships with numerous families and also becoming their trusted banker. My deep roots have been established there. I like to boast that almost every good thing that has happened to me, which sheds a positive light, started right there on St. John. My family was created there. That's where I tied the knot 53 years ago. My banking career, my political career, my business investments, and more importantly, my children were reared and raised, and I emphasize that, right there on that little beautiful island. I think it was important to place this on the record because it grieves me greatly when I see indigenous St. Johnians having to leave their native land to seek housing on St. Thomas, sometimes St. Croix, and even as far as the mainland, because of a lack of housing opportunities in their homeland. It is also very painful for some, because their families had to be left behind, as well as their childhood friends. Even their ingrained culture was left behind too. How sad. I am equally amazed that there are many who live right there on St. John, who have become successful and possess the resources to assist with this housing crisis, but have declined to do anything to help. I am willing to gamble that if you check the petitions of the past, when unnecessary opposition was staged against the George Simmons Terrace of St. John for locals, that their names would be prominently be displayed. This action was repeated against the Bellevue development on St. John when housing was being created for locals. The well-orchestrated networking opposition to the Calabash Boom housing stock was even fiercer. It took the courage of a fearless former majority leader from this august body, Senator Celestino A. White Sr., who said at the time, enough was enough. And he put on his whole political armor and went to battle for the people of St. John. As a result of his action and his work, Calabash Boom has become a beautiful community in the Coral Bay area. I could attest to the fact because I served with that gentleman, Celestino White, and he was a trooper for the people, particularly where housing was concerned. I'm not advocating that Mr. Goldschneider's project will solve all the housing issues on St. John. Neither do I suggest that the development is going to be perfect. However, I am convinced that there is little or no risk to the environment which would impair healthy living. To the contrary, I believe it will definitely bring some relief to the housing crisis on that island. And so eagerly, I look forward to some healthy discussions with much objectivity. And I'm hopeful that once the facts have been crystallized here this afternoon, that there would be a change of hearts of at least some of the opponents. I sincerely commend Mr. Ari Goldschneider for his vision and his willingness, unlike others, to risk his investments in this worthy venture. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time, while my team and I stand ready to participate in the debate process. With much enthusiasm and humility, I ask this deliberative body for its support for variance for this project. I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. And is Mr. Goldschneider, do you have a statement to make?
I do, yes.
You recognize at this time.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Senate President.
Before you proceed, I'd just like to recognize the presence of Senator Maurice James and as well as Senator Bolkes was here a little earlier. You may proceed, sir. Thank you.
Good day, Honorable Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., honorable members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, staff, central staff, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Ari Goldschneider, owner of Gift Hill Land, LLC. I'm joined today by my team, Mr. Barry Bunker, project designer, Mr. Roosevelt David, consultant, Mr. Langley Shazer, project manager. We want to extend our gratitude for the opportunity to appear before the Committee of the Whole today to discuss the use variance request being considered by this body. This variance would allow the individual leasing of bedrooms within our co-housing project at 9-3 Glucksburg, St. John, under the lodging rooming house category. This project has come under intense scrutiny from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, which will be called DPNR for the rest of this testimony, and the public. We are pleased to note that we are in compliance with all requirements and have also taken public feedback, made revisions and updates, and are working closely with DPNR to ensure those concerns are addressed. We also filed appropriate permits with the Department of Public Works and the Fire Department. We understand that this project is a bold and unique concept. However, we are passionate about taking tangible steps toward addressing the housing crisis on St. John and believe this model will do exactly that. Although the project cannot be all things to all people, its modular configurability could have broad applications. Before getting into more details of the use variance, I'd like to discuss some of the technical aspects of the project, who this co-housing environment is designed for, and why it is of significance, especially in St. John. I don't believe there's a single person in the territory that has not been impacted to some degree by the current housing crisis, a crisis which has become exponentially more prevalent due to Hurricane Irma and Maria damaging a large portion of the housing stock, stalled rebuilding and/or renovation of critical large-scale housing, land on St. John being very expensive, as nearly 2/3 of the island is unbuildable national park land, building on steep terrain to hurricane-rated standards using traditional masonry construction being slow, extremely laborious, and very expensive, the cost of land combined with the cost of the construction resulting in long-term, moderately priced housing not being economically feasible to build. The last major long-term housing developments to come online were Bellevue Village in 2006 and the Calabash Boom Apartments shortly thereafter. It has been nearly 15 years since there were any significant builds of long-term housing due to the aforementioned cost factor. One of the factors that is a highlight and an obstacle for residential housing in the USVI is the topography, leading to lack of physical and available land for construction. This is an issue for much of the developed and developing world as economies shift and populations transition and increase. This is causing us to rethink specifically moderate price workforce housing designs and deployments. Our housing concept is a high density, low footprint, hurricane-resistant structure that is more cost-efficient than traditional construction methods to erect because we will utilize prefabricated, purpose-built steel modules, also known as shipping containers, that are properly secured, can withstand 198 mile-per-hour winds, are FEMA safe from compliant, and comply with a strict USVI building code and an international building code. This modular construction is less expensive than traditional masonry construction and is fast to stand up, as the site work, foundation, cistern, septic, driveway, can be performed while modules are being built. Instead of an 18 to 24-month build, it may take 6 to 8 months. Our housing concept is also unique in how it's lived in. This co-housing concept is aimed for the adult working professional, including first responders, nurses, teachers, service industry workers, and marine industry workers. Those who work long hours and are looking for their own place to rest. The concept is designed for co-living, where a diverse group of people can share residence but also have their own private space. Our design provides a private bedroom and bathroom for each resident while offering a large common area, including a kitchen, living and dining room, and deck for cooking together, sharing meals, and relaxation. This co-housing arrangement with the use variance allows us to offer housing to the greatest number of people in the most efficient manner to address the workforce housing crisis in a meaningful way. To further promote diversity, there is a ground-level ADA-compliant bedroom. The current plans allow for housing for 24 people. Due to this unique design, this project has the potential to be scaled up to meet higher demand if that demand continues to present itself. What is exciting about this type of residential construction is the opportunity to close the gap in other areas of the housing sector. Emergency, transitional, reentry, and multifamily units are all possible applications for these structures. As the push for home ownership continues to expand, these prefabricated modules also qualify for some home buyers programs. There is no limit to what we can do. A prime example of this are the retail shops at the bottom of Cassie Hill that are made entirely of shipping containers. What we are building is not a new concept, simply a new configuration and usage. While we are excited about bringing this concept to St. John, we have received feedback from the community, which we have heard and incorporated into our plan for the variance request. The initial request was for a rezoning to R4, which would allow more dense construction, including taller building heights, more buildings, and higher lot coverage. And while our intention is to stick with the co-housing plan, rezoning to R4 would allow flexibility to deviate from this plan without oversight from DP&R, which was a concern of the public. Overall, the feedback was that this site was not appropriate for R4 rezoning. After hearing concerns from the public and subsequent conversations with DP&R, we scaled back the project from 6 buildings, 72 bedrooms, to 2 buildings, 24 bedrooms, and chose to request just a use variance for the lodging house. In fact, this was a suggestion made by a handful of public commenters who noted that they were supportive of the project and use variance, but not the R4 rezoning. This variance gives DP&R greater oversight of what, if anything, is constructed in the future beyond the initial 2 dwellings. While we also heard comments from the public about, comments about the public about having adequate parking, lack of public transportation, and that our driveway plan exiting onto Gift Hill Road could be dangerous. We adjusted the site plan to add a wraparound one-way driveway and left ample space for 20-plus parking spots. There's a bus stop at Bellevue Village right up the road, which addresses the public transport comment. Regarding the location of the bus stop, we also received comments regarding the lack of a sidewalk for people to traverse to it, up to the intersection of Centerline, or to from the Gift Hill School. We agree. It's dangerous, and we highly encourage DPW to look at installing sidewalks along the state road and add speed bumps to slow down drivers. We would support both items and coordinate with the agency for any updates to our property to assist in increasing the safety of pedestrians. There were also concerns about septic given the number of tenants. We are using a performance-based system that can be augmented with additional tanks to add capacity, working with a licensed septic installer who's an expert designer builder focused on St. John, and complying with DP&R requirements to ensure that the septic is sized appropriately for the number of tenants. Trash was also a concern. We will have fenced-in bins on site and contract with local solid waste removal, with a local solid waste removal company for periodic pickup. We also received comments about the aesthetics of the building. There are several container homes in St. John and St. Thomas, some of which are exterior clad to cover the corrugated steel, and some are left open. There are pros and cons to each. The open steel is coated with marine paint, which is highly resistant to rust and easily repaired and touched up. Cladding with wood is cost prohibitive and ripe for rot and bug damage. Once constructed, we will evaluate how to best improve the looks, either through ample landscaping, lattice and climbing plants, or both. In addition to the concerns mentioned above, some of the more prominent issues surrounding our project were, this is not the type of housing people want or need. No one want to live together in this capacity. The bedrooms and bathrooms are too small. This number of people living together will be loud, can't productively cohabitate, and will result in unsanitary living conditions. And this housing is not affordable and will not open up apartments for families. I'd like to address these concerns one by one. Folks commenting that this housing isn't what is needed on St. John already have housing on St. John. They haven't been dislocated to St. Thomas or out of the territory, and they aren't commuting by boat from St. Thomas to St. John daily to get to their job. I have over 100 people that have reached out to get their name on a waiting list for a room that are super excited about this development. The size of the private bedroom and bathroom total 160 square feet. Island residents are living on sailboats with half the interior space because there is no other option. People that live in the USVI spend their time outside in this beautiful weather. That's the reason we have an open-air living room and deck with gorgeous water views. The private spaces will be for sleeping and bathing. Regarding noise, unsanitary living conditions, and the inability to live together, Cohabitation is already happening on island in less than ideal conditions, where 5, 6, 7 people share a 2-bed apartment because they need to be on St. John to work and there's no other place to live. Our concept is far better suited for cohabitation, as everyone will have a private sleeping and bathroom area. We'll also have a strict code of conduct, tenants sign when leasing, on-site management, and cameras in the common area and exterior to ensure the safety of all residents and that rules are followed. We are targeting a $1,400 to $1,500 price point per month, plus the cost of utilities, which are separately metered to promote conservation. Based on the initial marketing, this is an attractive price point relative to the quality of housing in a already long waiting list of consisting of people already living on island, and those that have jobs secured but can't come until housing is secured. Moderate-priced workforce housing is desperately needed, and we must start somewhere if we are going to mitigate a further decline in housing stock and population. There's been a mass exodus from the territory post-Irma Maria, which has left a glaring void in the workforce. Conversations are constantly had around recruitment and retention, developing different strategies to attract young talent, keep them in the territory, or convince them to return. We cannot expect to make a dent in our workforce shortage while they have nowhere to live. With the approval of a request for the use variance, we could work with more individuals to assess, assist, and possibly address their needs. Without the ability to lease each bedroom individually, we are confined to renting the entire property to one entity, such as a restaurant owner to house its staff. This is not the intended nor best use of the project, as it restricts access to certain critical groups. Not only do we want to create more housing, but we want to foster community, which is a collection of individuals with varying backgrounds, beliefs, and occupations. Inclusivity, availability, and diversity are at the core of this project. With this body support, we can achieve exactly that. For example, the Gift Hill School, currently the only high school in St. John, has reached out at potentially renting a room or two for its teachers, as they often face challenges finding housing on island and need to commute from St. Thomas. How amazing would it be for these teachers to be able to walk across the street to work? This use variance would allow us to rent to this individual. I have a handful of slides that I'd love to quickly flick through before I commence my testimony.
Those are the slides, media.
Point back. Oh, there we go. So here's a rendering of the building looking directly from the front, constructed of 6 prefabricated steel modules or shipping containers, and that common area is enclosed with a screen open to the air. View of the inside. The view of interior unit, interior bedroom. Okay, so here's the site plan. As you can see, 2 buildings here, not the 6 proposed with Ms. Leah Laplace's testimony. And there's a layout of the of one building, 6 bedrooms, 2 stories high for 12 total, and that common area in the middle as shared space. My team and I believe in the economic growth potential and increased quality of life potential of the United States Virgin Islands, and remain steadfast in our commitment to be part of the solutions. We thank you for your time and stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Gold-Snyder. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Milne for your testimony.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Thank you, honorable senators, for allowing me to testify today in regard to the Gift Hill land project located at 9-3 Glucksburg. My name is Michael Milne. I'm a licensed architect for the last 30 years on St. John, and I've been involved with multiple apartment buildings and residential projects over the last 30 years. We are building apartments. We are building alternate housing solutions. It's not quite as bleak as Mr. Goldschneider would like us to believe. Because I've seen what's been happening on the project and what I've seen in the past and what I've seen of these drawings, I had to speak out today and share my opposition to this project. I've already submitted a statement of bullet points and pointing out the various deficiencies in the design and the problems that are going to occur. So I'll try to keep the rest of my testimony relatively brief. The Senate is being asked to consider granting an application for a special zoning rights beyond those afforded to the neighbors and far different than the community expected. You are being asked to make broad changes to the law for the benefit of one man through the community, though the community strongly rejects the proposal. Unfortunately, you're being asked to consider this proposal without a known design, without a design that meets governing codes, and without accurate information or reports. As a result, zoning change zoning change could have unexpected consequences and cause unknown damage. To date, the lack of review and enforcement on this project has already violated neighboring property rights, caused environmental damage, rallied the voting community, and resulted in an appeal to the Board of Land Use Appeals and a stay ending all construction. As a result of the appeal, the applicant abandoned his permits and has let the project sit for the last 6 months. Yes, there's a shortage of good housing, of good affordable housing, and many are working to build legitimate options. However, the new housing should benefit the entire community and meet all governing laws and health and safety codes. Not just the VI code, but also the IBC, which has recently been adopted by the Senate. The public should not be asked to excuse design deficiencies, ignore mistakes, or lower expectations to make housing affordable. Instead, it needs to develop housing that promotes families, supports community growth, and not fast-track prefabricated dormitories for tiny isolated cells. Starting down this path of cheap solutions to a serious problem will only reduce property values, discourage tourism, and anger voters. I encourage you to please take the time to consider the information provided, review all the facts surrounding the project. If you do, I am confident that you'll reach the same conclusion that most professionals should. The project does not meet the governing codes, does not solve the problems, and if not corrected, will cause many problems. If you decide to grant this variance, please require the approval to be based on specific and a fully compliant design, and require that the applicant provide affordable housing as promised, not just another hotel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milne, for your testimony there. I think, colleagues, that round out the testimony in regards to this matter. There's someone else? That rounds out the testimony at this time. Also, for full transparency, there are a couple of correspondence that was also received and is part of the on the drive. One from Suzanne and David Silverman, that's there, as well as there's a submittal from Sydney Hamlin. That's also part of this this package for your review at your leisure time. At this time, we'll go to the second bill before us. That's Bill 35-0241, an act granting a zoning use variance for lot number 3, 2nd Street Subdivision, Estate Thomas, Queens Quarters, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for a restaurant and a fruit bar. Ms. Leah Laplace Matthews, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Thank you again. If you could have the slide show. VAT-20-4.
Media. Slide deck for, there you go.
Thank you. This report will be read by Planning Technician Kishoy Samuel.
Mr. Samuel, you may proceed.
Okay. Report by the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning on the petition to amend official zoning map number STZ-4, application number ZAT-24-4. Petition of applicant Joseph Carty to amend lot number 3, 2nd Street, subdivision of Estate Thomas, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, with a use variance to the R4 residential medium density zoning to allow for a restaurant and food bar. Property owners, Joseph Carty and Diane Carty, as per deed of gift dated September 23rd, 2019, document number 201-9007176. Applicant representatives, Joseph Carty, Diane Carty, daughter of applicant, and Amos W. Carty Jr., nephew of applicant. Acreage, 4,800 square feet as described in deed of gift and shown on survey drawing G9-2381-T74. Surrounding use and zones. To the north is a residence and the Charlotte Amalie High School. To the east is a residence and daycare. To the south are residences. To the west are undeveloped lots and residences. The surrounding area is zoned R4, B2, business secondary / neighborhood, and P, public. Infrastructure. Water needs will be supplied by public water lines. Wastewater will be handled by public sewer lines. Other needed DPNR division reviews were none. Project summary. At DPNR/CCZP's public hearing, Ms. Diane Carty testified the request is to allow a restaurant and fruit bar on the first street of the existing two-story building. The fruit bar would provide freshly blended smoothies and not serve alcohol. There will be no dine-in service from the restaurant, only takeout service. Ms. Carty stated that her father has been in the smoothie business for about 20 years at another location. He would like to bring his venture onto the family property to serve nutritious juices to be surrounding the community and nearby Charlotte Amalie High School students. Business hours would be open Mondays to Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and no nighttime entertainment. The hurricane damaged second floor apartment will be redeveloped in the future. Public response at DPNR/CCZP's public hearing held January 19, 2024. There was no opposition or concern expressed with the proposal. A petition bearing 16 signatures in support of the proposal was received prior to the public hearing. No post-hearing comments were received. Analysis of request/reason for recommendation. The property was used commercially in the past on the bottom floor. It operated under the grandfather non-conforming status. With the 2017 storms, however, the use ended and with it the non-conforming status. Sections 234H of the zoning code states any non-conforming use of land or building which has ceased by discontinuance or abandonment for a period of 3 years shall thereafter conform to the provisions of this subchapter. The area's character is predominantly residential with business use mixed throughout the subdivision. There have been 5 rezonings with the most impactful being the front lots. Lots 1 and 2 from 1st Street to 10th Street were rezoned in 1988 from R4 to B2 Business Secondary Neighborhood by Act number 5407. This property is immediately behind one of those rezoned lots, one of 2nd Street. The B2 zoning district was intended to accommodate small neighborhood business districts approaching the style of a small shopping center. The B2 zone allows 197 uses as a matter of right, and shopping centers were meant to allow neighboring areas to access goods and services within a short driving distance. The less intensive B3 and B4 zoning districts were intended for providing convenient shopping services within a short walking distance of neighborhoods. Several uses within the B2, B3, and B4 zones tend to have the effect of lessening the desirability of a residential area. A use variance may be more appropriate. In analyzing a use variance request, the department must look at the requirements an applicant must meet as per Section 238A, which states in those cases where an amendment to a zoning map is requested by a property owner for a specific use of property which is not permitted in a zoning district where the property is located, but which use would not substantially conflict with the permit uses in the zoning district. The legislature, in lieu of an amendment to zoning map, may grant a variance for that specific use of that subject property, provided, however, that all the requirements of that zoning district will continue to apply to the subject property. The proposal for a takeout restaurant and fruit bar will not substantially conflict, as it was noted by the applicant and representatives that a similar takeout restaurant once occurred in the neighborhood on another property. The subject property must still comply with its R4 zoning as per Section 238A. Sections 229 development provisions, R4 zone and property characteristics. For Sections 229 uses, R4 zone, 23 use permitted as a matter of right, 12 uses permitted subject to condition. In properties characteristics, the bottom floor was used non-residentially, top floor residentially. Section 229 parking and R4 zone in accordance with Section 230. Properties characteristics, a minimum of 4 parking spaces needed for apartments, restaurant use, and employees. Applicant will provide 4 spaces. Density maximum and R4 zone was 120 persons per acre, and property characteristics, a maximum of 14 residents will be allowed. Occupancy maximum R4 zone of 50%. Property characteristics was 25% / 1,200 square foot building. Lot area minimum R4 zone 3,000 square feet. Property characteristics was 4,800 square footage. The lot width minimum R4 zone 40 feet. Property characteristics 70 feet. 229 development provisions, front, side, and rear yards in feet. R4 zone non-required. Property characteristics, there is a minimum of 5 feet on all sides. In the height limit maximum, the R4 zone 3 stories. Property characteristics 2 stories. The property meets its R4 zoning requirement and complies with the standards for the granting of a use variance. Recommendation. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that a use variance be granted to the R4 residential medium density zone lot number 3, 2nd Street, subdivision of Estate Thomas, King's Quarter, St. Thomas to allow for a restaurant and fruit bar, signed by Assistant Commissioner Josette J. Walker, dated February 7, 2024. That's it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Colleagues, we have Mr. Joseph Carty. He is in the audience, in the gallery. However, his daughter, Deanne Jackson, is his representative. So at this time, Ms. Jackson, who is online, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon. Before I begin, I would like to extend greetings. Is there an echo?
You may proceed.
Okay. Before I begin, I would like to extend greetings to Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. and the entire Committee of the Whole, and express appreciation for the opportunity to come before this body today. I regret that I am unable to be there in person, but my father, of course, as you stated, Joseph Carty, and my cousin Amos Carty Jr. are present at the legislature. Our purpose for being here today is to respectfully request a zoning variance for lot number 3 on 2nd Street within the subdivision of Estate Thomas, King's Quarter on St. Thomas. We recognize that this building, which has been in our family
Ms. Jackson,
for
one second.
several generations.
Can you adjust your camera a little bit, please, so we could see your full, if you could just bring it down a little bit, we're just seeing partial of you.
How's this?
No. Just come down a little more. Either. Yeah, tilt it up if. Yeah, that's better. Okay, yes. You may proceed.
Should I start over or just continue?
You may continue.
Okay, thank you. Our purpose for being here is to respectfully request a zoning variance for lot number 3 on 2nd Street within the subdivision of Estate Thomas, King's Quarter on St. Thomas. We recognize that this building, which has been in our family for several generations, is located in a residential area and is also very close to Charlotte Amalie High School. Our aim is to have a restaurant and fruit bar on the 1st floor. The restaurant will provide fresh meals and delicacies from a local and Spanish menu. These meals will be prepared on the premises. In addition to the restaurant, there will be a fresh fruit bar. This will cater to the people in the community who desire freshly blended smoothies that will be made of locally sourced fresh fruits and vegetables from local vendors. My father, Joseph Carty, has been doing this for 20 years in a different location on island. We believe that providing tasty and nutritious meals at this location will be a benefit to the residents of the local community. Additionally, school students who may opt to cross the street in the mornings, the afternoons, and perhaps at lunchtime will be able to come and enjoy hot, freshly prepared meals and juices. It is important to note that the beverages from the juice bar will be made of, again, fresh, locally sourced shakes and smoothies. This will provide healthy options, especially in light of the fact that it's very easy for students to consume sugar-filled beverages and snacks from other locations. We believe that having access to freshly prepared juices will increase their fruit intake and help them to improve their nutrition. We hope to be able to contribute to decreased obesity as well as enhanced performance in their school studies. Our proposed hours will be from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Again, this is reflective of the target audience for this establishment. I would like to note that there will be no alcohol served anywhere on the premises. That's not the focus of this endeavor. It is also important to note that this will be a takeout establishment. There will be no dining in option. Patrons can pre-order, pick up their meals, and depart. I will note that I grew up in the area. In fact, I lived in this building at one point, and I'm very well aware of the culture of this neighborhood. Little Bo Peep was one of my favorite restaurants, and I'm personally used to being able to go and get a malt and a hot beef pate from there in the afternoons. So this proposed establishment seeks to offer the same benefit to the community that some prior establishments have offered in the past. The last thing I will say is that this is my father's livelihood. For the past 20 years, his fresh fruit juices and smoothies have been a very popular refreshment among tourists who visited the island. This is an opportunity to now offer these same beverages that he has served to visitors to the islands for many years to the local community. Thank you very much for your time and very thoughtful consideration of this request. May we answer any questions?
Thank you very much. The time for questions will come a little bit later on. We're doing all of the bills before us initially, and then we'll open up the floor. Anyone else testify on this particular matter? If not, we'll proceed to the next measure before us today, Bill number 35-0256. And if I had realized it was your birthday, I'd have put this first so we could get you out of here. This is the last place I want you to be on your birthday. But Bill number 35-0256 is an act amending official zoning map SCZ-1 St. John Virgin Islands to allow for the rezoning of parcel number 6A Estate Susannaburg, number 17A Cruise Bay Quarter St. John from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to P public. At this time, Ms. Leah Laplace Matthews, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. I'd like for the slideshow for ZAJ-24-1, if it could be shown, please. Thank you. This report will be read by Planning Technician Kishoy Samuel.
Samuel, you recognize.
Report by the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zoning Planning on the petition to amend official zoning map number SJZ-1, application number ZAJ-24-1. Petition of applicant, Department of Public Works, DPW, Government of the Virgin Islands to amend parcel number 6-A Estate Susannaburg, number 17A Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John from R2 Residential Low Density 1 and 2 Family to P Public zoning to construct a new maintenance building with parking and other site improvements. Property owners, Government of the Virgin Islands as per deed dated January 14, 1971, document number 113/1971. Applicant representatives, Jermaine McLean, District Engineer for DPW, and Jeffrey Bushell, Architect. Acreage, 2.44 acres as described on survey drawing D9-7873-T006. Surrounding use and zones. Surrounding the property to the north is the Myra Keaton Smith Community Health Center. To the east is a multi-use, non-conforming property. To the south and west is the Waste Management Authority, WMA, transfer station. The surrounding area is zoned R1, residential low density, R2, R3, residential medium density, R4, residential medium density, B2, business secondary/neighborhood, B4, business residential areas, and C, commercial, and P, public. Infrastructure. Water will be supplied by cistern and wastewater. Other needed DPNR division reviews. The property must undergo the federal consistency process due to the use of federal funding for demolition, and construction. This process mirrors the CZM/Tier 1 process with a stringent requirement on public involvement and environmental/community impact analysis. Project summary. At DPNR/CCZP's public hearing, Mr. McLean and Mr. Bushelti testified DPW is currently working on a disaster recovery project for DPW's maintenance building, which was damaged in 2017 storms. The property also houses DPW's main office building, the Vitron office, and Island Green Buildings Association recycling facility. The maintenance building repair project is federally funded, requiring compliance with many processes and guidelines, including zoning. Public response at DPNR CCZP public hearing held January 17, 2024. No opposition or concerns were expressed with the proposal during the hearing. There was one post-hearing letter of opposition. The reason for opposition was that residential land on the North Shore is premium value parcel. Analysis of request/reason for recommendation. This property was previously part of a larger parcel that included the WMA property. The original parcel number 6 was used as a non-conforming landfill prior to the 1972 adoption of the rezoning law and ceased operation in the early 1900s. The Waste Management Authority property parcels number 6, remainder estate, Susanna Berg, underwent the zoning map amendment process and received P public zoning in 2022 by Act number 8608. This petition follows 8 previous petitions starting in 2022 for rezoning government-owned properties to P for 2 reasons. 1, to comply with the Virgin Islands Code, Title 29, Chapter 3, Subchapter I, Section 229Q, which states properties which are publicly owned should be shown upon the zoning map as such, and 2, the receipt of federal funds for disaster recovery projects. Previous government petitions for rezoning government-owned land to P public. Agencies, property and island zoning map amendment year and act granting rezoning. Waste Management Authority, property 64-31 Smith Bay St. Thomas, zoning map amendment R3 to P, year and act granting rezoning 2022, Act 8601. Waste Management Authority, C. Nazareth St. Thomas, zoning R2 to P, 2022, Act 8606. Waste Management Authority, 73C, Concordia West End, St. Croix, zoning map amendment R3 to P, 2022, Act 8605. Waste Management Authority, 1, Cotton Valley, St. Croix, zoning map amendment R2 to P, 2022, Act 8607. Waste Management Authority, 10M, Friendsburg, St. Croix, zoning map amendment A1 to P, 2022, Act 8599. Waste Management Authority, 6 Rem, Susannaburg, St. John, R2 to P, 2022, Act 8608. Department of Public Works, 73B and 27-1 Concordia West End, St. Croix, zoning map amendment R3 to P, year 2022, Act 8677. Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, property 102-A, Rem 102-B, and 02-C Herman Hill, St. Croix, zoning R3, 2P, year 2023, Act 8710. This site was grandfathered. However, the non-conforming section of the zoning code, section 234, places restrictions on the extension and enlargement of the non-conforming buildings. The zoning map amendment is being sought to bring the non-conforming property into zoning conformity, eliminating the restriction of section 234 and to bring into compliance government-owned land receiving federal funds with section 229Q. Recommendation: the Department of Planning and Natural Resources recommends that parcel number 6-A, Estate Susanna Berg, number 17A, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, be rezoned from R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family to P zone. Signed by Assistant Commissioner Joseph J. Walker on January 1st, 2024.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. Next, we'll come to Commissioner Gabriel. You recognize for your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Senate President Novell Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on the Whole, members of the committee, and other senators in attendance, as well as the listening and viewing public. I am Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. With me today are Highway Program Manager Mr. Jomo McLean and Jeffrey Bushalta of the Bushalta Design Studio, our design consultant. We are here today to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0256, a request to rezone parcel number 6A, Susannaburg, Cruise Bay, on the island of St. John, from R2, low-density residential, to P, public. The Department of Public Works is seeking to rezone this property to bring it into zoning compliance, as well as to allow for the demolition and construction of the Department of Public Works' maintenance building on St. John. The government of the United States Virgin Islands has owned and operated this property for over 40 years. The property currently serves as the St. John Vitron headquarters and the site of our hurricane-damaged DPW maintenance building. The site is adjacent to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority's transfer station, which was rezoned from R2 to P in 2022. Vitima and Island Green Living Association's Resource Depot and Recycling Center are also housed on the property. Both Waste Management's and Public Works' facilities are situated on the site of the former Susannaburg landfill, which was eventually closed after it caught fire and burned for 6 months in the 1990s. Our team is proposing a rezoning from the original zoning designation R2 low density residential, which does not allow for offices, storage, or mechanic repairs, to zoning designation P for public, which allows for the intended uses described. The new building will include several bays for DPW vehicles and equipment, office space, a new wastewater treatment facility, an above-ground cistern, a paved parking area, a waste oil collection facility, and a small retention pond for runoff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and will remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that. Any other testimony on this particular measure?
Yes.
Yes, you recognize Mr. Bushalty.
And good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You're on.
Can we get our the slide presentation up for Public Works? Yes, good afternoon again. We're here for Bill 35-0256, the rezoning request for parcel number 6A. As was stated, the applicant is the government of the Virgin Islands. The user agency is Department of Public Works. The current zoning is R2, and the requested zoning is P Public. The lot size for this lot is 2.44 acres. And the proposed use is government facilities. The current So the project summary, this is for the reconstruction of the hurricane damaged DPW maintenance building on St. John. The proposed size of the building is 4,065 square feet. The remainder of the site is Public Works office building, Vitran headquarters for St. John operations, and there's a recycling facility on site as well. The current project site does not conform to zoning requirements. The reason we're here today really is because going through the federal consistency determination for the hurricane recovery project, the site, one of the requirements is the use of the site must conform to the zoning, which it currently does not. There are no historic or cultural resources on the site. In terms of utilities, the project will connect to WAPA for electrical service and will have an emergency backup generator. Sewage for the building would be handled by a new on-site sewage disposal system. And water will be provided by rooftop rainwater collection with an above-ground cistern. So this slide just shows the plot map. As was stated by DPNR, the original site was parcel number 6, and at some point in the past, it was subdivided into 6 remainder, which is the Waste Management Authority transfer station, which, as was stated, again, was rezoned in 2022 to the P zoning. And the site we're talking about is parcel number 6A. And so that's the site that's highlighted in yellow on this slide. This is an aerial view of the site. Again, the area bounded by the yellow. To the north is Centerline Road, and then to the east is the beginning of Gift Hill Road. So at that intersection there. So I'm going to show a couple existing site photographs so you can become familiar with the damage that happened to this facility. So this view is looking at the front of the building. You can see it was pretty heavily damaged. All the roof is gone, much of the walls and the structure. So this is a view as you enter the site coming off of the public road, looking towards the parking area. To the right is the damaged building. And then straight ahead is the Vitran facility at the end of this road. This is just another view of the damage to the existing building. To the west of the garage building is an existing above-ground cistern with storage above. So all of these buildings here that you see in these slides will be demolished, and the new building would go in roughly the same footprint of these buildings. Now, just more slides of the existing conditions. So this slide will show some of the equipment that Public Works has on the site. They have some backhoes and loading equipment and vehicles. So with the new building, the goal is to house some of these vehicles inside the garage to better protect them. So this view here is looking back from the Vitran part of the site back towards the maintenance building site. And this view shows the conditions along the public road. So that existing fence will be replaced and a new fence erected. This is a view from the public road. As you can see, it's kind of an eyesore. So this new project will greatly enhance the aesthetics of the site. This is the existing Public Works office building which currently there's no scope of work to deal with that part. This slide we included just to illustrate that this residentially zoned site is not really suited for any housing at all. This is a view towards the transfer station. So that transfer station site, which was rezoned to P, is the only location for that operation on the island. And so likely this site we're dealing with will never be used for residential purposes. So this is just a site plan. Those shaded areas are the existing buildings that will be demolished. And then the new building is in roughly the same footprint. We will be providing new paved parking areas, about 7 vehicles for the workers and visitors. And we're going to install some retention pond features to collect stormwater runoff and try to hold that runoff. So this is a layout of the building. The building will contain 4 garage bays with roll-down doors. There will be, in the admin part of it, a lobby, office room, conference room, restroom facilities, and a break room. And then there's also an above-ground cistern. So this is a view of the outside of the building and the cross-section. Another view of the back of the building. Cross-section view. And this is a concept sketch of what the building might look like. And that concludes the slideshow.
Thank you very much. That concludes the presentation on all of the measures before us. And today, which is Bill 35-0137, 35-0241, and 35-0256. Before I go to a quick 2 minutes break and then come back and resume the questioning, there was a concern about appeal that was filed by BLUA, the Board of Land Use Appeals, in the first measure, which is 35-0137. However, DPNR Commissioner Oria has cleared that up in regards to the fact that that was lifted last month and that this request is currently appropriately before us today. All right, so this committee will take a 2-minute recess at this time. And we are out of recess. Again, we're in the Committee of the Whole today where we are hearing three matters before us. Bill number 35-0137, Bill number 35-0241, and Bill number 35-0256. These are all zoning and variance, use variance requests. At this time, we'll come to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and you're allotted 5 minutes. You recognize, Senator.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Before I begin, I would like to take this time out to express my sincere condolences to my colleague on the passing of his family member, his sister. You know, may God be with you, and we are here for you. As I start off, I really want to start off with Bill 35-0256. What is the cost of this project for the government?
Good afternoon. I'll let Jeffrey Bushalta answer. I'll let Jeffrey Bushalta answer.
Okay.
So we do have an estimate. The project hasn't gone out to bid yet, so. I
Okay,
don't
so
know.
you can't put it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have the money to do it?
Yes, we do.
That's all I need to know.
Yes.
When it comes to maintenance, I know there's an existing building that needs to be in repair. Is the footprint, it said it's going to be around the same thing, the adequate parking, and we're just trying to comply with the law in switching over to public.
Yes, Senator.
Those were some of my major concerns, and you guys answered a lot of them during the testimony. So I'm pretty okay with this, okay?
Thank you.
I want to move on to 35-0241. This one, what kind of parking is going to be available? Because I know you said this is the Cardi project. I know it was said that there is not going to be any in-house restaurant seating, and it requires about 4 parking spaces. But I know with people frequenting restaurants and different areas, how is it so little? Because people are going to have to park up to go into the area to pick it up, whether they're sitting in or not. How is that going to work parking-wise? Ms. Cardi?
Yes.
I was talking to you in regards to this bill, and I was asking about parking situation. I know they spoke about 4 parking spaces, but how does that accommodate a restaurant, juice bar wise? You know, because people have to park up to still come and pick up their stuff, even though they're not sitting in.
Of course, that's a great question. Thank you so much, Senator Francis. So there are parking spaces on the premises, and then there is also parking. There's also off-street parking. But what I will say is that our focus is so that when people order their food, we operate very efficiently so that people can come in, pick up their food, and then they can leave. There's really not going to be any emphasis on sort of dwelling and hanging around.
Okay. What type of business that was there previously? Because it said it was grandfathered in and then phased out after the hurricane. What was there prior to?
Yes, there were 2 offices on the bottom floor. There was an upholstery shop, and then there was also an accounting office.
Okay.
And right next door to that building, I believe there was also a restaurant as well.
Okay. Well, I understand. So basically, this was already done before, but because the grandfather time period is kind of phased out, you have to come and request it. I fully understand that. 35-0137. I can't really put this under affordable housing because I understand what you're doing. So I don't want to ever tell the public this is affordable housing, because I know some people were saying that's what we need, but we're just talking about housing. And At 1,500 a pop times 24 times 12, that's about roughly 450,000 a year. What is your initial investment in this project? Because I want to make sure if you get it pushed through, can we get it done? And I heard your time frame, roughly 6 to 8 months. I get that. What's the initial investment to get a project like this completed?
Ari Goldschneider, owner of Gift Hill Land LLC. Thank you for the question. So the cost of the land was $525,000. Each building is between 1.1 and 1.3 million. So you've got about north of a $3 million investment for the two buildings, plus soft costs, interest. It's substantial.
So if you don't happen to get this variance, because I'm going to play devil's advocate here, what are your plans?
So the use variance will allow me to rent out the rooms individually.
Okay.
Without the use variance, I would rent out to a single business who would then house their employees, such as Pafford, or they've reached out, or restaurants, bars,
So
et cetera.
you have alternatives.
Time.
Okay. Could I just wrap up quickly? I also want to ask about the square footage of these rooms. 160 square feet. Is that inclusive of the bathroom, or the whole thing is 160 square feet?
Inclusive of the bathroom, sitting area, and bedroom. It's a half of a 320 square foot shipping container. And to be clear, that's just the private space. We've got ample outdoor shared space.
So I'm not gonna lie to you. I love shipping containers. I am one of the fans. If I had a parcel right now, I'd buy a couple of them, and they have some very beautifully pre-done ones that are really nice. And with the concern with the hurricanes, they could withstand anything, because I've done quite intensive research on the shipping containers, because I want one. It's just me. But I want to make sure alleviate the aesthetic part for the community. Because, you know, some people are going to say, well, hey, it's containers. How does it look? Have you guys considered, I've seen where they've done the exterior of the shipping containers, where they have put strips of wood to beautify them so you wouldn't even know it's a shipping container. Is that part of your plans to potentially help alleviate the concerns of the neighborhood?
For sure. Once they're built, we've assessed a bunch of different alternatives, whether it be lattice with climbing plants, ample landscaping, some sort of exterior cladding. Absolutely. Once they're on site, we'll figure out what the best way to blend it into the neighborhood will be.
Okay.
Good question.
My time is up. Yes, thank you. I was trying to give up today. I wanted to ask another question in regards to aesthetics and the layout. With utilizing 160 square feet for their personal living space, what other type of amenities are they going to be able to get? Because I know you talk about the open living space, but for $1,500 a month for 160 square feet, plus they still have to pay for their utilities, that's roughly might go to $2,000 a month. You could get an apartment for that. But what do they get inclusive for roughly $2,000 a month by the time they're done?
So I don't think it's as high as $2,000 because the utilities are separately metered. So it would just be whatever they use if they run their AC.
In that room?
In that room. They do not pay for the public, the common space. So maybe it's another 100 or so, depending on how much they consume. In terms of other amenities, on-site parking, shared living space in terms of a kitchen, laundry, deck, grill area. It's a slick setup built for people to enjoy the elements outside together. The open space is open to the elements and covered, so you get that nice cross breeze coming through.
Okay. Well, Mr. President, I really appreciate you giving me the additional time, but I do hope you guys toss in some more amenities. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Just for clarity purposes, when you think about 160 square feet, you're thinking about perhaps 12 by 12. We'll give you 144.
It's,
go ahead, you may respond.
It is 8 by 20.
8 by 20. So how much of that would be the bedroom space?
Most of it, the bathroom is 5 by 8.
5 by 8.
So the 15 feet would be the bedroom and living space.
Okay, very well. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. The last two measures, one with public work and then one with our CARTI, them I really don't have no question for them. I support the initiative. I just hope public work have the money like they say they do. Let's move on with this project. This particular zoning change here and what is being requested or asked of Bill 35-C137 has a lot of questions, and you're asking me to approve something without a lot of, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of work done. We're talking about sewage. Is there anybody here can testify about what the soil texture is? What type? Do we have crushed rock? Do we have soft soil? What kind of terrain or material are we planning to put these trailers on?
So we will be using a performance-based system that will be in compliant with all DPNR requirements.
Give me a minute, Mr. Gold. I think you misunderstand my question. I'm asking about the material, the soil material. Are you on crushed rocks? Are you on caliche? Are you on clay? What type of soil are we talking about where you're planning to put these trailers?
Barry, do you want to take that one?
Please recognize the mic of the testifier.
I'm sorry. So our soil.
One moment, sir. One moment. Pull the mic.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. So our soil is it is soft, and we are utilizing a drip irrigation system in lieu of a standard drain field, and we have the ability to disperse water throughout the entire parcel. So the pumps are strong enough to do that. It gives us a tremendous surface area in order to do that, and that's all on the uphill side. So we're building on the downhill side, so there won't be any issue with anything runoff going to the parcels down below us.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Barry Bunker, designer for Gift Hill LLC.
I still have issue with that when you're talking about the amount of units that you're going to be having on an acre of land with parking accessibility, with a sewage accessibility, and you're talking about water. And I've seen, you're saying soft flat, and that concerned me a lot, because we're talking about putting a sewage system above, and you say it's a drip system. It has to go someplace. Now, can anybody ask, how is this property, can anybody tell me how is it going to be financed? Is there the financing there for this project at this time?
Yes, I have.
Testifiers, please state your name for the record before you speak.
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC owner. Yes, we have secured financing for the entire cost of the project.
Say that again, I didn't hear you, sir.
We have secured financing for the entire cost of the project.
And then last but not least, but I still have a lot of questions. My good friend, Mr. Roosevelt David, made some comments in comparing it to Calabash Boom, and I can't really accept that, because Calabash Boom is low resident apartments where folks actually get a chance of owning piece of St. John. So I would like to know how you made the comparison, Mr. David into Calabash Boom and this trailer unit that we're about to try to put in place there.
The comparison referred to is the fact that the same set of people oppose everything. Not about home ownership, whether it's apartment that's affordable, moderate or what have you. Even at the Loveland housing,
1 minute.
people came from St. John and opposed it. So I'm talking about people who oppose just for opposition's sake.
Okay. All right. I understand. I tried to make that analysis and couldn't figure it out. And you know, I'm trying to figure this out. And since being here today, I've got so many texts, so many views and comments in regards to this project. And I've even got some as far as where folks are saying that this is where they do little hotel units in Europe and across, you know, that side of the world where folks who can't afford to go in a big luxury hotel will utilize something like this. And one of the testifiers made a comment in regards to that. So are we talking this type of thing and asking for this? And this is where I'm scared about this. Putting these amount of units. I live on a half acre and I don't want nobody else living on that land with me. And to put these amount of units on an acre is very crunching. It's very tight. And you talk about sidewalks. The Public Works Department said they have funding to fix sidewalks to make sure that it's safe for those folks who's going to traverse there. Is this a plan that Public Works has in place, willing to go forward with? And that question would be to Public Works and then back to the owners of this project.
Point of clarification, Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land, LLC. What we are seeking from the legislature today is not the approval for the project specifically. It's how we lease out the rooms on an individual basis, not the approval for the project as a whole. And I think much of the concern that you may be receiving was about the R4 rezoning, which would allow for hotels and other things that are allowable in R4 that are not allowed in R2. And we are not pursuing the R4 rezoning, just the use variance.
And again, my question to Public Works is the Public Works Department has plans for doing a sidewalk in that area, and if there's funding for it already?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. No, Senator, we do not.
And Senator, your time was called like a minute ago.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory. You recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just piggybacking very quickly on the question I was asked by the previous speaker as it relates to the sidewalks, and of course, the public pressure around the Department of Public Works putting in the sidewalks. Of course, we know we have to be good private citizens. So are you adverse to working with Public Works to get permission for your organization, your entity to put in the Public Works, put in the sidewalks for the for the tenants, for the space that you're asking us to consider? Because nothing is wrong with you doing that, and Public Works saying yes, they'll work with you, and there's an agreement, and there's an opportunity for you to bear the costs of the sidewalks.
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land, LLC. We'd for sure be open to working with DPW with regarding the sidewalk plan, especially in front of our parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of information, Senator Francis Heidegger.
On sidewalks versus pathways to walk around your community, because I'm getting a little confused. Because if you're building a location that potentially is going to house 24 people, wouldn't you have to make pathways for them to move around the property to get to their parking, etc.? Is this something separate from sidewalks? Because I'm trying to understand what the difference is.
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land, LLC. So of course we will have pathways around the parcel. I said that I'd be open to constructing the sidewalk in front of my property in conjunction with DPW.
That's a big call.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carrion, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Chair, thank you. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and the people of Virgin Islands, and everyone who was there in the chamber. In regards to other two bills, Bill 35-0241 and Bill 35-0256, I will be supporting both of those measures as there aren't any opposition really presented in both of those measures. So I wish both of the petitioners well. Now let's talk a little bit about Bill 35-0137, which is application number ZAJ23-1. I first would like to start with, I see that the first request was from to be an R4, and now the petitioner is open for a variance. Can you elaborate, the consultant, Mr. Roosevelt, what's the purpose or the reason for the adaptation to the variance?
The reason is that at the Planning and Natural Resources hearing, there were people who were opposed to it. And the question was posed at some point in time, would you settle for a variance if it could do the same thing that you are trying to do? And the answer is, of course, yes, we will. There is not a marriage between the upper density versus the variance.
Ms. Laplace, can you elaborate with regards to the recommendations that DPNR in its report has provided to us, recommendations for the variance, given the fact that there have been so many oppositions presented in the hearing? Why has your department moved to recommend a variance given such a large number of opposition? And if you can also share with us maybe the pros and the cons or the differences between the first request, which was R4, to what they have settled for, the variance.
Yes, Senator Leah Laplace with DPNR. The R4, it's a higher density zone. The applicant proposal, if a R4 is granted, all he would have to apply for are building permits. So it would be basically just one review by DPNR. The use variance would allow for the individual leasing of bedrooms, and if he wanted more than 2 dwelling units on the property, he could apply for a group dwelling permit, and that would allow an additional public review of the proposal where DPNR has to hold a public hearing. We have to listen to the public's concerns, and he may have to change his plans to comply. So that's why the department looked at the use variance as an option, so that if there's greater density requested, the public could have another chance to review his plans.
And you guys then recommended the variance?
Yes, Senator.
Despite the oppositions that were presented in this case?
Yes, Senator. We recognize that there is a housing problem in the VI, and nationally, planners have to be open to different options that allow housing. Right now, there's missing middle housing, and sometimes the difference between homelessness and owning your home is being able to rent a room. So the rooming lodging option is an option that planners have to look at to allow for housing to be in their community.
Earl, thank you for that explanation. With regards to the concerns of the infrastructure, I know cistern is necessary, and also the septic system. What is your take on that? Would they have the infrastructure in place to be able to accommodate the number of dwellings that they would have there, or the bedrooms?
So with the permitting process, all of that is reviewed, your cistern capacity, your septic capacity, and the permit would not be granted unless whatever system you're proposing will be able to handle the load. So all of that would be under the permitting review process.
Would be review. Mr. Gold Snyder? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Very well. At the beginning, the application was originally granted, a building permit was granted for two-story buildings. The reason for you to change from what you originally had established to what you're requesting now?
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC. Is the question, why are we shifting from R4 to the R2 with the use variance? I'm trying to key in on what you're looking for.
It says, from the report, it says property not in use. However, a building permit was granted for two-story buildings and consisting of two single-family dwellings which are under construction. Is that still under construction, or that was paused?
Time.
Can I answer the question? Yeah.
Please.
So we withdrew the permits, made some tweaks to the plans, and have resubmitted and are working with DPNR. But by and large, the plan is the same as it was when we initially submitted the permits.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may ask, to the Honorable Mr. Roosevelt, given your experience in the real estate business, if this is granted, the variance, the value of the property, what would be the change of the value of the property to its current value to what its potential value could be?
Personally, I haven't seen anywhere that there is going to be an impairment of the value of property. As a matter of fact, property value in St. John is so high, and every time that a rich person builds a multi-million-dollar property on St. John, the value goes up, your real estate goes up, your taxes go up, and everything. This commodity that's coming forward has no ability to impair the value of those properties. As a matter of fact, it enhances it in a very modest way.
I was referring to the value of the property in question.
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC. So the variance requested will only allow me to lease to individuals as opposed to one entity. So I don't see there being a significant impact on the value with the use variance granting here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. And before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Angel Bolquez, I know, Commissioner, that you have to leave. We'll allow you to leave. And of course, Mr. Jomo McLean and Mr. Bishop is here. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out from DPNR that there was some issues or some appeals to do with that earth change, and I would like for DPNR to expand a bit on it so I can understand what were the issues.
So there was an appeal against the permits regarding the use and the design of the building. So that was appealed to BLUA, which was, BLUA heard the appeal probably about two or so months ago. The applicant had withdrawn his permits so he could make changes. So the matter was resolved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senator Bolquez. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Don't forget, we got to catch up. Enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And good afternoon to the members of Department of Public Works, DPNR, and Gift Hill LLC. Now, there is no doubt that there is a housing shortage here in the Virgin Islands, and predominantly so on the island of St. John due to its unique makeup of being mostly national park. I understand the efforts that are being made here today, and we know that there has been some pushback concerning a number of issues or concerns by the overarching community. Now, I want to start off just for clarification purposes. Mr. Goldschneider, you wanted to initially go for R4, which would have given you 72 units, and now you're pushing that aside, you're actually remaining with the R2, but what you want is a variance to technically sublease individual units within those buildings, correct?
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC, yes, to lease the bedrooms individually.
Okay, very well. Now, we know that there has been a number of concerns concerning sewer, water, waste, parking, trash, aesthetics, etc., as we've been hearing with my colleagues here today, and of course, a lot of them throughout the report of DPNR. Now, I want to ask concerning your parking lot. Is that parking lot, how many spaces are you going to have? Is it going to be fully paved, or is it going to be gravel or dirt? What is it going to be?
So we have carved out 20 spots. We have the opportunity in the space to do more than 20 spots, and it will be predominantly gravel with areas that connect to the road being concrete where there's runoff.
Okay, very well. And initially there was a concern within the report about a restaurant. That's not happening, correct?
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC, no restaurant.
Okay, no restaurant. Okay, good. I wanted to know, what measures do you have in place to ensure that the apartments remain at what you have deemed the cost to be per month in the long term, and not transition to a higher price or even short-term rentals in the sense of Airbnbs and so forth? How do we know that's not going to happen?
So in terms of short-term rental, over the last 2+ years, I built relationships with folks within the legislature and the in DPNR, and I want to continue to build on island, and transitioning to short-term rentals would not be beneficial from a relationship perspective. What was the first question you asked about?
You've covered it, and you want to provide workforce housing, is that correct?
For sure, workforce housing.
We know that that is important as well because that drives the economy. However, we do need single-family housing, we need transitional housing, we need a lot. And we know that you're trying to provide an effort to accommodate that need, but at the same time, we just want to make sure that you have all of your I's dotted and your T's crossed. I wanted to ask DPNR if they have conducted any internal or have any internal information concerning an impact study of some kind concerning developments of this caliber, concerning water and sewage and environmental. How a project like this, does that affect the outlying residents in the area in the sense of water management, environmental, traffic, etc.? Do you conduct an internal impact study of some kind when?
1 minute.
Yes, Senators. So in the permitting process, all of that is looked at. And so before permits are granted, whether it's the sewage or the number of parking, all of that has to be met, before they could get their permits and even certificates of occupancy.
And based on that impact study that you conduct internally, the variance that Mr. Ari Goldschneider is seeking aligns with that impact study? There's nothing that would endanger what you have already assessed?
No endangerment, no, Senator.
Okay,
It aligns.
Okay, very well. Last question, I suppose, concerning trash. Are you going to have a bin on site in your community of some sort, if I can call it that? Will you be having a bin service where there's pickup of trash and disperse and getting rid of trash?
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC. Yes, there will be an on-site fenced-in area, and we'll have periodic solid waste removal by a third party.
Okay, very well. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulkers. Before we go on to the next senator, I wanted to ask you about security measures. And that's always near and dear to my heart. What is the security measures that you put in place? Is this lot going to be fenced in? We had a discussion in respect to surveillance cameras and those type of things. Can you speak to what type of security you intend to deploy in that area?
So Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC, we are absolutely going to have security cameras on the exterior of the parcel and on the common areas, obviously not inside the private space. In terms of fencing, it's something that we'll consider. No plans as of right now for fencing.
And I know that how do you then mitigate or manage the type of individuals that will you be renting to these locations? I mean, obviously you want to minimize, any problems there and create any type of a bad experience for individuals that may be staying there. What is your anticipated vetting process of the applicants?
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC. Much like I do with the buildings that I own in the mainland, I will personally interview every single candidate. We're going to focus on candidates that are already on island. And there's a long waiting list of people or those that have shown interest, so we can get great candidates. In there will be on-site management. They'll sign a strict code of conduct. And with the on-site manager, if there are issues, we will deal with them appropriately. This is going to be a high demand room. Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Through the chair to DPNR, is it possible you could provide us with the updated policy as it relates to build out of container homes in the Virgin Islands? I know you guys spoke about it earlier. And the only other question has to do with the securing of these items to secure down. What is the rules and regulations in regards to that? Because one of the concerns that was brought out had to do with them maybe being pushed around during the hurricanes. How are they secured down? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You can provide that information to the chair for circulation, and if anyone prepared to speak to how do you, again, bracket, brace, or secure the container, I guess that would help. You recognize. Please recognize the mic of, that will be Senator Bolke's seat.
Barry Bunker, Gift Hill Land LLC. We have a solid concrete foundation. It's part of our cistern as well. And then the remainder is all stem wall with slab. So it's solid. Then we have embed plates that get embedded into the concrete when it's poured. And the modules are welded to that. Along with obviously there's a lot of weight to the modules themselves. They're about 8,600 pounds empty each. So we have about 54,000 pounds in a U shape. And then we have, on the open end, we have a moment frame. So that ties everything together for shear. There's very little uplift because we're sitting on a slab. But side wind shear, that's taken care of by the shape as well as the weight. And it's all been engineered. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Next, we'll recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. And I'm going to start with the Cardi property. So my first question is, I know we have challenges with derelict properties, and I note that the upstairs of that particular property seems to be in disrepair. I have not heard any conversation about how you're going to address the upstairs of that property.
This is Deion Jackson. I can speak to that. There is the plan to turn the top floor of the property into residential living. That's what it was before.
Okay.
But right now the focus is to just get the first floor up and running, and then do some feasibility.
Okay. Thank you for your
study
response. My time is running.
Okay.
I have to be mindful of that because we have 3 zonings in front of us. So let me ask you, when do you intend, and very quickly, when do you intend to begin the reconstruction of the upstairs, which is completely damaged? I don't think there's a roof there.
No, again, we want to get the first floor up
So
and
you don't
running.
have a timeline on
and
that?
hopefully we can.
You don't have a timeline on the upstairs?
Not a concrete timeline as of
thank
yet.
you for that.
The focus
And
has.
then, thank you.
Okay.
And then you talked about 16 signatures from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Those 16 signatures are individuals who live in the area.
That is correct.
Yes, Senator.
Those are individual. Through the chair, can we please get the information of the 16 individuals who are in favor of this, who live in the residential area? And then you spoke about the 4 parking spaces that you will make available. Exactly where on the property will those parking spaces be located?
There is a vacant lot directly adjacent to the left of the structure itself.
And the vacant lot is owned by you? Is the
Yes,
vacant
it's
lot,
on the property.
So the vacant lot is owned by you?
Correct.
I see a wall on the property, so I'm trying to figure out where on the property is a vacant lot.
Actually, is my cousin there with the drawings?
Okay, so to the chair, we'd like to see the drawings. So I'll move on from that. As it relates to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, I don't have any questions. I am moving fast because time is not our friend today. Okay, so let's go to Mr. Goldschneider with regards to the request that's before us for the property on St. John. So you've downsized the project, correct?
All right, Goldschneider. Yes.
Okay, so you've downsized the project to 24 units, correct?
24 bedrooms. Yes.
Right, 24 bedrooms, but you only have 20 spots. And previously, it was 72 bedrooms with 44 spaces. So I'm concerned about why is it that we don't have a space per unit?
We can add additional spaces. There's plenty of space to add additional parking.
What's the reason for the 20 spots that you presented us today, though? Because you're not considering spots for 4 units or 4 bedrooms.
Barry Bunker, Gift Hill Land LLC. We do actually have 24 spaces on our current site plan, and that's what is submitted to DPNR.
Okay, all right, good. So your clients or the individuals who you are marketing this particular project to are individuals who are basically transient?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so help me to understand. If they're not, who are they?
So, R.A. Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC. Some folks are already living on island. They may be couch surfing. They may be 5, 6, 7 in a 2-bed. They're already on island, but they're in less than ideal situations.
They're less than in ideal situations. And then you have 70 plus oppositions, and I did hear where you've made some adjustments based on the oppositions. I guess this is for DPNR. Based on the oppositions that were received, how many of those individuals actually live in the area? Because that's very important.
I'm not sure, because I don't recall if they indicated their addresses.
Yeah, that's a matter of importance to us. We can't just oppose projects to oppose them. I see that there was a reduction in the project. We do know that for us, economic development is critical in the Virgin Islands. But, we do know that we have a housing stock issue in St. John. And of concern to me is that we are not, this particular project isn't really center focused on families. And we know that St. John has a lot of families that are in fact in need of housing opportunities, whether it be lower income or moderate income. So, I would have loved to see a project that really was a little more, give a little more to both sides of the aisle, if you will.
So with an R4 rezoning, we could have had multifamily. The R2 doesn't necessarily allow for larger scale multifamily.
Well, my time has been called, and I don't want to abuse my time, but I really think that we need to flesh this out some more, because I need to be clear on exactly who are we marketing this to, because our concern has to really be centered, focused around citizens of the island district, of the island of St. John. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. We will have to ask some of these questions offline. as we don't have sufficient time to ask all of the pertinent questions around this particular application that's before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. We do have 5 minutes on this round, and we have multiple rounds if need be, so that we could be able to get comfortable with this.
Could I answer that question around the target demo?
Sure.
So we're targeting nurses, EMTs, teachers, in addition to restaurant and bar workers. Again, I've had conversations with folks at the Gift Hill School, and they're interested in potentially renting a room or two for their teachers so they can walk across the street. Thank you.
Can you qualify the issue of transient on St. John? I mean, you have a large population individual that's come in seasonally, based on the seasons to work in the bar and restaurants and other. You could probably describe that better than me.
I think workforce there are a number of components to the workforce. Police, fire, nurses, teachers, bar, restaurant, marine. I think you've got some folks that are more transient and some that are less transient. The goal here would be long-term, 12-month leases, so not shorter-term stays.
Yeah. So when you think of long-term, you're thinking about 6 to 12 months?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the presenters here before us today. And Mr. Goldfinger, I almost said Goldfinger. Mr. Goldschneider, you mentioned that when you were thinking about long-term, you view maybe a 12-month period as, the average length of time that someone would secure one of the bedrooms in the boarding facility.
R.A. Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC. We have to play it by ear, but I'd say it is not short-term. So 3, 6, 9, 12 months. I'm going to see what the market desires, and we'll be flexible.
Okay. I see a space for a facility like this. In my thinking, I am seeing more short-term, transient bartenders, seasonal workers coming from, Cape Cod, coming in for the season, renting the space for several months and leaving and maybe coming back for the next season. But you're saying that is not your vision. I have Senator David maybe itching to respond.
Roosevelt David, I'd like to add here. If we go to Red Hook early one morning, we see the number of construction workers going to St. John.
That's true.
And they complain that they have to pay for parking. That comes out of their income, their salary. They got to pay for the boats going over. And a lot of them would rather have an apartment on St. John that they don't, and they come back home on the weekends. These are the kind of people that this project is catering to. Police officers, nurses, firemen, they go over. And they would love to have this opportunity that they could rent right here now on St. Thomas. You have a one-bedroom apartment for $1,500 plus. Everything in St. John is much higher
than
20%. And so if you're renting there one bedroom for $1,500 or thereabout, it's better off than living there than being in an apartment on St. Thomas.
Okay. As you've seen folks being willing to spend $1,500 a month, you already have a space on St. Thomas, but for the convenience of not having to traverse back and forth.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Goldschneider, you mentioned, and you seem to be amenable to making some adjustments based on the concerns of, I think you had 70-something persons who expressed some opposition. I think it was wise to consider reducing the footprint from 72 spaces to 24, just from a density standpoint. I wanted to know, and maybe I don't know if it's DPNR, whether or not there would be anything to preclude you from, once this has passed, is there anything that would preclude you from expanding it beyond the 24-unit footprint that you've agreed to reduce it to?
R.A. Goldschneider, Gift Hilland LLC. Any additional buildings beyond the two, like Ms. Director Laplace stated, would have to go in front of DPNR for additional hearing. So that's the oversight that she mentioned in her testimony.
Okay. The aesthetics, and when you think about containers, I mean, on St. John, is that something that we should be concerned about? Construction, not a construction site, but a building area that is comprised primarily of containers. I mean, and I think you showed a rendering, which looks good.
Thank you.
I must say. But is that going to translate from that picture to the actual reality?
R.A. Goldschneider, Gift Hilland LLC. So these are new containers that we're using. We're not utilizing used containers. So they're brand new and will look that way once constructed.
Okay. Have you been a part of any similar projects here on the mainland or somewhere else where you've actually, you know?
This is my first container project. I think the islands here present the greatest use because of the lack of need to be indoors. Up north, it gets cold, so you're confined to that small space.
Yeah.
But I've been a builder and real estate owner, landlord for at 21, so it's been nearly 20 years.
Okay. But your first time undertaking a project of this nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm concerned about Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with one more question. The fact that we are in hurricane zone, hurricane belt. We had Cat 3s, Cat 4s, Cat 5. We had 2 Category 5 hurricanes back to back in 2017. As my question is about the stability, the durability of these homes, can they stand up to hurricanes that's coming with a greater degree of frequency as well as a greater degree of intensity?
R.A. Goldschneider, Gift Hilland LLC. We're designed to be in excess of the 198 mile an hour hurricane code, much like stone masonry block construction. Barry, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, the only, Barry Bunker, Gift Hill Land, LLC. The only thing I would add is, there was a lot of damage from tornadoes that occurred because of the hurricanes. We're allowed to design to the code or exceed the code. And we're currently exceeding the building code as it stands, 2024 building code. So we're doing our diligence to do the best that we can. If tornadoes, it's hit or miss, to be honest.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm willing to keep an open mind to this project, and I'm definitely going to visit the site and maybe have an opportunity to have some additional conversations offline with the proprietors of this project, and I am supportive of the other 2 initiatives that are before us today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Before we go to the next senator, I would imagine that an investment like this, that you have already had some conversation in regards to insurance and protecting your investment. Have you been able to find coverage in regards to insuring those property?
Yeah, once completed, we have insurance lined up, yes.
Okay. At this time, we recognize Senator Maurice C. James. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers. I first want to offer my condolences to Senator DeGraff on the passing of his sister, and I also want to offer condolences to the family of Mr. Charlo James, Lorraine, and the family, and to our colleague, Senator Gittins, who lost a dear friend. I know that is very difficult for him at this time. I want to start by asking about the restaurant and fruit bar. And My concern has to do with safety in regards to the testimony was that this will not be a dining-in option. They will pre-order, pick up their meals, and leave. And my colleague asked about the adjacent lot. So I was wondering, is this a drive-through? Is that what the idea is behind the restaurant and fruit bar?
This is Dion Cardi Jackson. No, it is not. It's a takeout spot. It's proposed to be a takeout spot. And again, people will come and get their orders and their juices and depart the premises. But the parking is just for them to get out of their vehicles and pick up their food, pick up their purchases, their meals or their beverages and leave.
Okay, but then the parking accommodates how many cars at a time?
4.
4. And then the other question, really, I'm concerned, your statement about school students who may opt to cross the street in the mornings, afternoons, and lunchtime. I'm not familiar with this area in St. Thomas, so I was wondering, is that a heavily trafficked area? That's my concern.
So great question. There is traffic, but as I recall, there is a crossing guard in that area.
Okay.
I will ask my cousin Amos to just confirm that if he's near a mic. But yes, it's a school zone, so there are safety measures in place for the students.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go. I have one question for the government, and that is, what was, and that's with the St. John, the Susanna Berg, right? That's that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The only question I have for you is, what was the cistern before? Because it's now going to be an above ground cistern. Was that what was there before? Oh, okay. I was just curious as to if you were modifying. No, it is the same.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And now, Mr. Gold-Snyder, I have a few questions for you. In your testimony, and I think what we're struggling with is two things with regard to the adult working professional that you're saying that this is targeted for. The nurses, the teachers, they would have to be single or a married couple because your rooms would not be able to accommodate a family, correct?
R.A. Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land, LLC, correct.
And is that what, again, because I'm a Crucian, is that what single people pay on the island of St. John?
Sorry.
For the price point?
Yes. I've had multiple conversations, and on the island of St. John, it's not a revenue problem from what people are earning, it's a lack of housing. That's the issue.
And regarding the sidewalk, is there an existing sidewalk now there's a school across the street, correct?
Correct, yes.
And is there a sidewalk there now?
No sidewalk currently.
There are no sidewalks in that area now?
No, Senator.
Okay, and so but there's a bus stop?
Correct.
But no sidewalks presently?
Correct.
So
the bus stop is at Bellevue.
Time. So may I conclude on this? I'm trying to get to the fact that we're asking you to put in a sidewalk from your place to the bus stop. Is that what you said regarding the location of the bus stop? We agree it's dangerous, and we highly encourage DPW to look at installing sidewalks. Mm-hmm. So
I'd be open to working with DPW in front of my parcel to install.
In front of your parcel, but I guess I'm going to have to go and visit that area because I'm wondering about the students, the gift school. And the bus stop, who walks to the bus stop?
So there are people that walk that road up to center line all the time. I pick them up in the back of my truck. They just walk along the side of the road.
And there's no sidewalk there now?
No sidewalk.
That's what I wanted to find out about. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Next, we'll recognize Senator Roy Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good afternoon. Greetings to all the listening audiences. We give thanks and praises to the Most High. Blessings. Well, sir, this is interesting. I want to start with Public Works, right? Because you know how you hear a long time ago, people moved the bong posts and thing in St. John, right? Well, DPNR, Public Works, right? In the deed here from January 1971, it says that whereas in said conveyance, the survey was shown on Public Work File number D3-294-T68 was in error and had actually encompassed more than 10 acres. The deed you've given us now far is for 2.44 acres. They went on to say that the survey was done with an instrument in poor condition and the scale was wrong. Anyway, it was 10 acres, now come down to 2.44. So this is a deed for 2.44 and not the 10 acres, right? I want to make sure that we don't have a problem with the deed. Can you address that?
Is my mic on? Jeffrey Bashalta? Yeah, so that deed is probably referencing the original larger lot that includes with the waste management lot. And the site we're talking about was subdivided out of the larger lot.
Okay, good. But in further, it's saying that the land is situated on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. We know it's St. Croix. So apparently them deed long ago used to have a lot of errors, Popa. Yeah, it says it's situated on St. Thomas, but we know it's on St. John. So the deed them will full of error, Popa. Anyway, let's continue. I want to discuss here, I'm going to go to the bill number 35-05256. Okay, so you're going to do the Public Works Office, a Vitima office, and you're going to do the hurricane damage building, and it's a FEMA Office of Disaster Recovery project, and it's fully funded, and it's ready to go. Fully funded. Okay. And we're talking about on bill number 35-0137, we're talking about the need for construction, because I'm inclined to vote for all of these. And so you can see here, the Public Works project is right across from the Myra Keaton development. So in this area alone, I don't know, Public Works, how much are you going to invest in your project, your development? Yes, it's right across from Myra Keaton Clinic.
Yes. So as was stated earlier, we do have an estimate for it, but it hasn't gone out to bid yet. So we're trying to protect the bidding process.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right across from Myra Keaton. I got a map right here.
The site is directly south of Myra Keaton.
Yeah, it's right there. So we're going to be spending millions of dollars in that area because Myra Keaton is about 29 million. You spending a bunch. So there's a demand for those workers to go by. Right here, the government is spending millions of dollars. Okay, so, I like it when in the spirit of compromise, right? Mr. Gold Snyder, you've shown that you're willing to compromise, They talk about the sidewalks. You're saying you're willing to do the sidewalks on your bong property, right? But, I want to point out to the community, right? Because it's always good time to tell the truth, right? And this is a perfect example.
1 minute.
You purchased the land from, what's the name? I couldn't make it out. Who did you purchase that land from?
R.A. Goldschneider, Gift Hill Inn LLC. I don't recall. Judith, I think was her first name. Jurgens, maybe?
Judith Sproul, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a famous name in the VI, So it just goes to show that we Virgin Islands, we own all of these land before, we selling them $525,000. You know, it's interesting. I want to go back. There was a meeting you had on May 22nd, 2003. There was a lady named Miss Athenia Bailey Sewer attended that virtual hearing. She happens to be the owner of the lot next to you, 9-4. What was her position with this sale? Do you know? Because she attended that hearing. Do you know that? Or DPNR, can you answer that question? On that Mr. Chair, can I
We
just...
do not know what her position was to the sale.
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat, please?
No, we do not know what her position was to the sale.
Okay, so if she was against the sale, I'm sure she would have been objected. So you can see the owner of the lot next to it, 9-4, was present. And you can see that's a strong case to support it because the resident who owns next to it is not objecting. So at the appropriate time, I'm definitely in favor of all of these measures. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Quickly, Mr. Goldsnyder, it's evident that a lot of the opposition came because of the size and scope of the original project. Have you been able to go back into the community or any discussion in respect to the scaled-down version of it? I know they moved from 72 rooms to 24, a significant reduction, but have that information been communicated back and may have averted a lot of the opposition that we're seeing today? I think that the public continue to be blindsided by what you intend to do here with this project.
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC, moving from R4, moving away from the R4 rezoning to the use variance. We have not reached back out. The only meeting that was had was when we were seeking that initially, and much of the objections to the project related to the R4, the lack of oversight. So I believe we addressed many of those by just pivoting away from the R4.
But then nobody knew, except for now we're having this conversation. So yes, there was a pivot. Yes, you were able to downsize and take those consideration into the scope of this project, but there was no reach back out. No feedback to that community so that they might have been here today supporting the project. However, obviously, because of lack of communication, we continue to receive the opposition call. So that's just food for thought for future. I mean, in terms of if you know that there was mounted opposition, and this was scaled back. I mean, from 72 to 24, I think that's significant. But, this was not communicated back to the residents. Next, we'll come to the Majam Secretary. Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I really want to say that this is a very interesting hearing today, especially when we're looking at the dynamics and the type and scope of the development that we are discussing. In preparation for today's hearing, of course, as part of my modus of operandi, I had an opportunity to visit all 3 sites. I did my homework, and that's what previous life, I was an environmental advocate, and I still am. So I wanted to first start with Bill number 35-0256, and this is for the Susannaburg. I want to compliment the Department of Public Works first. Your staff in St. John were very accommodating and knowledgeable. They showed me the area, and my staff and I, and so we were able to see and understand exactly why you were putting it in place, but it's not being communicated well to the residents, because I looked in here in the package, and one of the persons from St. John, I presume that she's from St. John, she wanted to know why you are changing from a R2 to a public So that's the question, but I know you mentioned it in the statement. This is so that you can conform to the current building requirement and based on the funding that you're going to utilize to rehabilitate and rebuild this facility. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, in a nutshell. And that's why we are converting. We've seen this a number of times with other properties where now the government, and I'm glad about it, to be conforming and to be correcting the zoning to have it zone public because it's being used for public use. So I don't have any issues with that. I only would like to see Mr. McLean, that you work better, and not you necessarily, but the Waste Management Authority work better with you guys regarding where they're placing some of those cars, those abandoned cars. They're placing it on your lot, and we don't see those cars being removed from St. John and moved to St. Thomas to be packed and shipped out. So that's my only concern there after visiting the site. Now, let me move on. And so I will be voting in the affirmative for that because that's a little no-brainer for me. Now, let me move on to the parcel owned by Mr. Cardi, Joseph Cardi. I had an opportunity to visit Joseph Cardi. He was very hospitable, older gentleman, and I really appreciated having that conversation with Mr. Cardi on Monday. Now, I wanted to know, because I am familiar with that area, and it is a residential, and anyone who knows me, I'm on this major crusade about having bars and restaurants in residential areas. I'm really opposed to it, especially knowing that families and generations of families have lived in those areas and have invested their money to have mortgages in residential areas. So, Ms. Carty Jackson, this question is for you. I understand from your testimony you are only going to be having a non-alcohol bar serving smoothies, restaurant, serving smoothies, and this is going to be a takeout restaurant. Is that correct?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Dion Cardi Jackson, and that is correct.
Okay. Will you be opposed for that specific use to be placed in this rezoning as an amendment, as a condition?
Can you kindly clarify your question? I'm not sure.
Based on your testimony, what you stated is the plan for this variance to have this specific condition listed as part of the variance within this legislation. Would you be opposed, or would you be?
Would we be opposed to having a non-alcohol?
Time.
Mr. Chairman, okay. Would you be in agreement to having a part of this rezoning to state clearly as a condition that you will have non-alcoholic beverage smoothies as well as a takeout restaurant?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, we are on the same page.
Okay, so you're not opposed. Okay, so you're in agreement with that. Mr. Chairman, I don't know how my time, I think it's my classmate running up the time over there, James Lewis. James, you must try to not do that. Anyhow, and the last with Mr. Schneider, Mr. Golden Snyder, Ari, I'm sorry if I'm screwing up your name.
Ari is fine.
Ari, okay, thank you. I just want to say I really love the concept of these container homes. I do. I've done extensive research on them. I do have some concern, especially with your application and where you stated, and I mentioned this to you in our discussion on page 2 of 4 of your application, where you stated that a certain amount will be allocated for Section 8 subsidized housing. That cannot happen unless you have already gone through the extensive approval of submitting and providing an environmental assessment report to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to get Section 8 housing for this. This what you're proposing is definitely not low or very low, and I don't even think it's affordable housing based on what you are proposing. It looks to me more so as either some type of hotel or Airbnb. But for this, what you propose here, and you stated, this development does not meet that standard, because you would have to get these pre-approved before this certification approved before you are able to get Section 8 housing from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I want to just thank you all for your time. And, one more question. Miss Laplace, you mentioned that when the St. John senator asked that an impact study was done, can you, regarding bill number 35-135, could you please provide that impact study to us through the chair? 137, I'm sorry, 35-0137. You indicated that an impact study was done when our at-large representative asked about it. So I would like to read that impact study that was done relative to bill number 35-0137. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as my colleague asked the question, it just popped into my head that what the discussion that we're having is more so around the hostel concept. Is this, Mr. Snyder, more of a hostel? As I looked up the definition, and it basically speaks to, it caters to people who are traveling nurses and people who work remotely, that travel and stay in different places for a few months. Is that conceptually what we're trying to do? Because I'm asking the question because I know that we also have challenges here in the territory with rebuilding our infrastructure. And we do have a need for spaces for individuals who are coming in to help us rebuild the territory. So is that conceptually what we can consider this as?
Ari Goldsteiner, Gift Hill Land LLC. The goal is long-term tenants, so not short-term rentals, whatever that.
So what was it? So I mean, I don't know if we could ask. I don't know who to ask that question as we speak. But what's the difference between when is it considered short-term?
So Ari Goldsteiner, Gift Hill Land LLC. A short-term would be like a vacation rental. That is not what we are.
So what's the term? The term of a vacation rental is what?
A week.
A week?
Senator?
DPNA, I think they want to say something. We probably need to look that up. We need to get up from our realtor. DPNR?
Yes, this is Laplace. The short term in our business licensing process, it's 90 days or less. That's a short term.
Okay, so long term is anything beyond 90 days. All right, thank you.
Correct,
But you didn't answer my question. You still didn't answer my question. So you're saying that it's not considered, because when you responded by saying it will be for nurses and teachers, etc. So it's not the concept that's currently used in places like Europe and New York.
No, this is long-term housing.
All right, thank you.
Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Ms. Laplace, DPNR, where did that definition of short-term come from? That's not in the code, correct? Where did it originate?
It's with the DLTA licensing and consumer definitions for business licensing purposes.
But that's also definition that was created by the LCA?
Correct. In order to do business licensing of short term, because there's nowhere in any other code where short term is defined.
Okay, I'm just going to put on a record that short term is 11 months or less when it comes to a lease. But I'm going to go with their definition. Thank you.
Ball is in our court. We could amend it if we feel that, it needs to be done. Next, we'll go to Senate Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues, listening viewing audiences. Good afternoon, testifiers, and DPNR, and thank you so much for your testimonies. Let me ask, first of all, let me go to Bill number 35.0256 that deals with the maintenance building at St. John. And we know maintenance building is critical to your department and what you do. And also it's very important for the workers in terms of their safety and their workspace. So definitely I will be supporting that. And also 35.0241, it's a Cardi and what he's trying to do on 2nd Street. I know years ago there was a restaurant right down the street next to that years ago. I understand what he's trying to do in terms of smoothies, etc. And I wish them the best of luck. But let me deal with 35.0137, workforce housing. And there was many opposition, but as was stated, that's when the density was much more tight in terms of the space. And Mr. Gold Snyder, you said there's a waiting list. What type of individuals is on the waiting list? Because you say you have nurses, you spoke to some teachers, 3 teachers, EMTs, restaurant, individual working in restaurant space, seasonal workers, etc. What type of persons are on that waiting list?
I call it more of a list of interest, and it's similar to those occupations that you just stated.
And you said that this is your first container project in terms of this development. I understand what the engineer stated in terms of how it's going to be secured. I get that. And I appreciate that because that's a very, that's a great concern for many individuals because it's a new space for us. You know, we really don't deal with container homes here in the territory. We used to deal with trailers years ago when there was hurricane and many of them got destroyed. So there's a fear of this type of development. So let me ask you in respect to the containers. And some of my colleagues spoke to the acreage and having the septic tank, the cistern, etc. Let me ask you, in respect to the setup and the aesthetics, because you said you're going to, after construction, you'll make a decision, but is there a conceptual drawing that we can get before we really make a final decision in terms of exactly how it's going to look? Because that's a big part of it. Because despite it being containers, once it looks a certain way, I think it'll be okay for most people, especially those that oppose it. So is there any way we can get a conceptual drawing of exactly what you like? Okay, this is what I want to see with my project. Can that be done?
I can reach out to the person that did the drawings and see what we can do for the exterior. Yes.
Because that's very important. But again, in terms of short term, long term, I see what you're bringing online as transitional in many instances. For instance, you know, many restaurants are seasonal. And individuals come in, they do what they got to do, and they go back to the States or what have you. And also for many individuals that the former senator spoke to, many construction workers who's going to work in these spaces that come from St. Thomas to St. John and go back to St. Thomas on weekends. I think this type of project will be suited for those type of individuals based on the conversation we're having. Would you agree?
Of course, yes.
Okay, very well. With that being said, again, I would like to see a conceptual drawing of what it's going to look like, and I really don't have issues with it. I really don't, because we have to be creative in this space. And in this time, there's so much going on in terms of housing, transitional housing, emergency housing, and we just got to be creative of how we bring these projects forward and assure that they look good because we like things that looks good, you know, and it just can't be anything because I've seen some container project that really is not appealing, but others that's amazing, you know, and I mean, I would live in some of them based on what I've seen. My colleague just showed me some, and I mean, it's amazing what they did with those container homes. You wouldn't even know that you're in a container home. So please, I will recommend that you do that to have some type of conceptual drawing so we can really know what we are voting on, and I appreciate your project. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Blyden, if the Madam Timekeeper could put 5 minutes on the clock for me real quickly. Mr. Goldsnyder, so this container idea might be a novel idea, but it's not new, and it's a race to the finish. Some of the opposition is coming in because they have the same idea. It's who wants to get it done first. I certainly have some equal concern in terms of the density of it, and I like the idea that you have moved from 72 to 24. I think that that's more reasonable. And but you know, I believe that when we look at where we're at in terms of the length of time and the cost associated with construction work here in the Virgin Islands, it only makes sense for us to move towards some of these containers. You know, we talk about $500 a square feet in St. Croix, $750 a square feet on St. Thomas, and close to $1,000 a square feet on St. John. So we're looking at modulars to do construction, we're looking at containers. So this is really a race to the finish. Who's going to be able to get this done first? So one of the concerns that I have is obviously the density, and I believe that I would love to see where a condition is put in place that we allow for the 2 buildings at this time, and if in fact you want to go beyond that, then you'll have to go back to DPNR. I think that should be made a part of the legislation so that there will be no question about it, and then we lack enforcement issues in regards to this. If in fact after the 2 buildings and there is opportunity for you to go beyond that, then certainly you reapply to DPNR and be able to make that happen. I think that will address some of the concerns that have been raised by the public. We're very concerned that there's a lack of enforcement, or once you do 2, you might just arbitrarily just go to 3, 4, and there'll be no control mechanism in place. Do you have an issue with, again, the approval of the 2 buildings that you're asking for?
Ari Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC. I think that's the understanding, that if additional buildings beyond the 2 are sought, we'd have to go back to DPNR.
So I don't want it to just be an understanding. I want it to be in law.
No.
So yeah, I mean, again, so it could be codified and understood that is, in fact, this is what we're allowing to that. So that's my asking you. Do you have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that.
Very well. Thank you. I join my colleague in regards to the CAR-T requests for the no alcohol at that facility, a smoothie bar, a smoothie restaurant. We're catering to school children, and it only makes sense that if in fact we're catering to school children, that there will be no alcohol served at that premise. So I believe, and I too, want to ensure based on conditions that in fact the legislation reflects that there will be no alcohol served in this facility. Ms. Jackson, do you have any opposition with that?
Good afternoon, sir. No, I do not. We do not. We're in full agreement.
Thank you. All right. And lastly, the Department of Public Works, do you have any timelines in which you intend to, you have established for this project? You know how I feel about timelines, right? We don't want another Vitran building around here.
Yeah, we estimate, Jeffrey Bashalta, we estimate the construction to take 24 months.
24 months.
But there's still some regulatory hurdles we're working through. This is one of them.
And is there a phase process? I mean, within the 24 months, is there a phase process that you're trying to achieve? I mean, you have a first, second, third phase, or
It's
everything
all
will be done within the 24 months?
Contemplated in one phase.
Yes. And we have heard that you have the funding in place. What about the permitting and everything else? Do you have to do some demolition as well?
So what we're doing today is part of that permitting process. The demolition will be part of the overall scope of work.
Okay. Well, all right. That's it for me. What I'm gonna do is allow for a 2-minute round because there's a lot of point of information. I think to minimize that, I'm gonna allow for a quick rapid fire 2-minute round if you need it. You have it. If not, use it or you lose it. Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Very much. I just wanted to do and put this on the record. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I support the project in St. John. Outside of our ability right now, based on the code, on 1 acre, we could have up to 120 people if you were in R4. So I don't even know what this debate is really about. And okay, it's a high-priced boarding house. It is what it is. Let's just call it what it is. All of this nuances we going back and forth with is literally not making any sense to me. Because if you pay for a round trip ticket to go to St. John, that's what, $12. You pay for parking. Even if somebody has to pay $25 to stay in this location is $50 a day. Because 50 times 7 is $350. 350 times 4 is the same $1,500. So do the math. It's not that difficult. So for me, I think sometimes we have this situation where we're afraid of things. And maybe because I've done a lot of research on container homes, because I love the aesthetics of them. I see how you could beautify them. I see how you could build them. I see how they're hurricane proof. It's so many good things about it. And we already have locations here in the Virgin Islands that have containers for businesses and people live in them. Once you build them in a safe way, it's an opportunity for positive housing. So I have no problem with this project. Do not prove me wrong because I will become your worst. Listen. I'm going to support this because I think it's a much needed project. Workplace housing is necessary here in the territory. And when we talk about we would like to see more family buildings, yes, but that's not what your business is offering. You have other contractors that's going to build businesses that's going to cater to the family unit. Your particular business is catering to those in the workforce. So let's look at what it is for what it is. And that is what I'm supporting. And thank you very much for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Heiliger. Next, we will come to Senator Johnson. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I do support action for the architectural drawing and the engineering scope on this property, this project. Also, with your trailer buildings, what are your specs for fire and, making sure that we have compliance with all fire codes?
We've received Ari Goldstein, or Gift Hilland LLC. We've received approval by the fire chief, I think it was fire marshal, on our plans.
So you have plans and everything already in place? That's approved. Are you saying that?
The fire marshal approved our plans. Yes.
Thank you very much. I definitely would like to see those drawings and the architectural engineering stuff. If we can get that prior to we making a decision on this, then I can support. Beyond that, I cannot support at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we come to Senator Carrion. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have any further questions from for any of the petitions we have before us. I'm in support, definitely, of, like I mentioned, 2 of the bills for sure. With regards to the one that I did have some concerns about, which was the one for St. John, the bill 350137. once hearing Ms. Laplace, I'm inclined to support that measure because a variance gives clearly specifications that the permitting process has to take place, and it gives a second bite of the apple to members of the community, or if anything that is presented is questionable, then the Department of Planning and Natural Resources has to do their due diligence in approving certain permits and so forth. So I will make, at the appropriate time, I will make my final decision based on what has been presented here today. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. And next we come to Senator Bolkes. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Goldschneider, I will say I too will support this project, and I will, if you don't follow through, then I will be your worst enemy. It's not a threat, it's just a warning. But for most part, you know, St. John pays the highest taxes per capita and receives the least amount of government services. And the fact that you want to create workforce housing for the public sector and the private sector is a win for me. We need to have accessibility for our teachers who may come traverse, that may want to be on the island, to include the public safety jobs, police officers, firefighter, EMTs, health sector jobs, nurses, medical assistants, and even government employees for critical departments such as human services, that we can sort of have the access of the employees that we need on the island to provide those critical services for the people of St. John. So I ask you to please do your best to create relationships with the government to be able to get into some sort of MOU or a contract, in the sense of the department has this unit so that they may be able to have employees come over for days at a time to provide those critical services for the people of St. John. So I ask you to please do your best to try to develop that relationship. I believe my colleagues and I would definitely be open to assisting you with that as well, but you seem to have a lot of things covered already. So, but just try to do that as much as possible if you can. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. The next will come to Senator Fred Gregory. Recognized for your 2 minutes.
Chair, and very quickly, I just want to commend the Mr. Goldschneider and his team for seeing the need and hearing the concerns with regards to this particular project and actually reducing the project. But I'm definitely going to ask for you to look at increasing the spots, 4 more spots. Okay? Parking spaces. And if there are any other concerns, then, you know, those concerns need to be brought to our attention, because, you know, when we make these types of decisions, we cannot make them in a vacuum. There were 70 people that had concerns, and to the chair of this committee, I believe that many times we don't get the word out that you did downsize your project, because one of the correspondences that we received pretty much spoke about the 72 units. So they are not aware that there was a reapplication and a reconsideration of the project. So I will look at the project more closely, and I will make my decision at the appropriate time. With regards to the restaurant and fruit bar, I'm one that is heavy in favor of economic development in the territory. I am the chair of the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee, and I'm always looking for new revenues. We're always looking for new revenues to ensure that we are able to provide the services to those individuals in our community that need them, and just services, period, for our people. But for me, it is very important that we also give consideration to the individuals that live in those neighborhoods. So for me, it's critical and important that I understand the parking component of this, because I don't think that I really got that clearly when I asked the question about the lot that was next door, about whether or not the Cardis own the lot that would be used for the parking. So can I clearly get the response to that?
Yes, this is Dion Cardi-Jack. And we do the lot, the The lot is actually part of the property, and yes, we own it.
Okay, so you own the property, you own the lot. All right, and again, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, I ask that we get the information as it relates to the 16 individuals who are in favor of this project. And most definitely, we know that, because of the federal work that we're doing, the rebuilding, it is important for our Public Works Department to get this rezoning approved. Is there an expansion on this project, though?
Chairman McLean, no. It's essentially the same footprint.
Same footprint, so there's no expansion. All right, so I'm definitely in favor of this particular project. So I look forward to getting the information on the other two projects, just for clarity, and then I will be good. But as far as opposition is concerned, there's lots of opposition on St. John in particular. But like I said, opposition based on the size of the project, the depth and the width of the project. So we have to make sure that we're good with that, and you have reduced this project significantly. So I have to applaud you for that. You did listen to the community. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Milton Potter, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have one question really to all of the testifiers, and it's regarding the timeline for completion of the project once this rezoning is approved. What sort of timeline are you looking at to complete the project, and do you all have the financial wherewithal to complete the project within the stated timeline?
R.A. Goldschneider, Gift Hill Land LLC. As soon as my permits are granted from DPNR, it'll be around a 6 to 8 month build.
Okay.
And yes, I have financing in place.
Okay, excellent.
Jeffrey Bucholza, for the Public Works project, we estimate another 6 months for permitting and the bidding process to get a contract in place, and then 24 months to completion, so about 30 months.
Excellent. And Ms. Carty on I'm saying St. Croix, but Ms. Carty in cyberspace. It could be anywhere.
Yes, yes, Dion Cardi Jackson. We do have the funds in place. The biggest piece of this right now is just the permitting. And once we get the permitting and the rezoning done, then we'll be moving forward. And then we will move forward with the second floor.
So what sort of timeline are you looking at once all of the permitting is approved? Permitting and the rezonings are approved?
Sure, I believe we'll be ready to open the establishment within 6 months after everything is within the 6 month period after everything has after all the paperwork and rezoning is completed.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Senator Marie C. James, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleagues stole my questions, so I'm going to ask some general questions. One question is for Ms. Laplace. I think both will be for you. The first one is, on St. Croix, I know there are a number of container homes. I see them all over. Does a property owner have to get a container, a permit to put a container on their land? And I'm seeing some beautiful ones and redesign them. What's the process?
Yes, Senator, the same building permit process as masonry homes.
Okay, so all those that I'm seeing some 2-story ones also. So that means they've gone through that process, correct?
Correct,
Permitting, or should have. Whoa, yes. Okay, and another question is, when a property is zoned P, and this is just for the general public, right? Is the P zoning the least restrictive zoning? Is it? That's the question. Do you know, Ms.
That's a trick question. It's least restrictive in terms of the development provisions, but it does have a list of permitted uses. So if a use is not on the list, it cannot be used for that.
Okay, great. I think people need to understand that even the government itself has to abide by the zoning laws of the Virgin Islands. I like all three projects. And I also agree that Mr. Goldsnyder, that I visited that property, and you did in fact reduce and compromise quite a bit. And I also agree that we need housing, we need economic development, and we need the government, like, finally, we need to see something. So that's the goal for all of us in the Virgin Islands, you know. We know of FEMA, we know the process, but it's like 7 years now. So we want to see something up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Next, we recognize Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Okay, quickly, Mr. Goldsnyder, that's a go. We don't need to go over that. You're a good community citizen. I want to go to Bill 350256, Public Works. Okay, Public Works, Vitima office, and you're going to have the Vitran headquarters there, right? Yes?
So, Senator,
No, a yes or no, that's all. Just tell me yes or no.
No, this is for the maintenance facility.
No
the Vitran building is already on site.
Okay, no
And the
repairs to the Vitran building?
The Public Works main office and Vitima headquarters is in a separate building on the site that's already been renovated.
Okay, those buildings, right, they have that big steel beams, some of them red, some of them green. Since it's a FEMA-funded project, I imagine you've already tested them for lead-based paint and they're clean, or what's the disposal plan?
Jeffrey Bisholta, the hazardous materials testing is in process. It hasn't been completed.
Oh, you ain't test them yet. Suppose they do have lead-based paint. Where are you going to dispose them to? What location?
Well, if it comes to that, then they have to be disposed properly out of the territory.
Okay, thank you very much. We always got to consider them seniors with them rate hike coming up. But I still understand that the seniors will still have free rides, right? And Medicaid card holders will get a discount. That's how it is?
Yes, for Vitran Plus and Vitran, yes.
Okay.
So the rate hike increases the fee, right? But there's still provisions that we must provide free rides.
Yeah, well, I hope so, because the seniors them live on a fixed income. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll come to Senator Joseph. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My question first is to Mr. Boshelty and Mr. McLean. For your proposal, are you going to have any parking for outside of your employees?
This is Jeffrey Bisholta. Yes, there will be 7 parking spaces provided total. One is ADA compliant, and I believe there's 3 employees.
So are you planning to have any paid parking lots or anything?
No.
No. Okay, good. Now, the other question is for Miss Carty Jackson. What is the projected hours of operation for the restaurant and food bar?
Projected hours are, hold on, let me just reconfirm because I want to give you the right time.
Mr. Chairman, can you hold my time while Ms. Carty Jackson looks for the accurate time of operation?
Please hold it 5 seconds for Senator Joseph.
Thank you. Hours of operation. Oh, here we go. The proposed hours of operation are from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. I wasn't sure I heard it. So, okay, that's fine. And Mr. Chairman, that really concludes. Mr. Ari, I don't have any further questions for you as I visited your site. Thank you so much, and I just need to get the impact study to be able to read that. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Madam Secretary, next we'll come to Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My question would be to Ms. Cardi Jackson and to Mr. Gold Snyder. Ms. Cardi Jackson, for your proposal, your restaurant, how many employees are we speaking to in terms of you looking to hire to run the smoothie restaurant?
The juice bar portion, that is primarily going to be a one-person operation. That will be my father, Joseph Cardi. And the restaurant portion, I believe, I'm not sure of the exact number. It's not going to be a lot of people. Is it possible I can confirm that number and get back to you? Because I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Very well.
Is that possible?
Thank you for that. Mr. Gold Snyder, in respect to your proposal, what you're trying to do, your zoning request, once you start your project, you said approximately 8 months. How many employees are we speaking to? Because you're providing workforce housing. Talk to me about how many employees it would take to put your structure together, etc.
15 to 20 contractors building.
And after it's completed, how many employees do you foresee having in terms of running the facility and making sure it's well maintained and upkept?
Yeah, there will be 3 to 4 people involved in the facility.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Just to round off, this last round, there's a couple of requests that have been made by my colleagues. They certainly wanted the individuals that support of the project and for the juice restaurant. We also wanted to get an impact study submitted. I think those are the 2 requests that I've heard of thus far on this matter. If there's any other requests by my colleagues, please indicate so. But at this time, I'll just go to the representative from the to just give you a closing comments. Again, there's no vote taken in this committee. However, when we do go to our next session, we'll be voting on these matters. Okay? And we could start off with, of course, Mr. Roosevelt David, and then we'll come quickly to Mr. Gold Snyder.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, first of all, for your professionalism and all who have participated here today. And I want to thank you for accommodating my team. And I'm certain that you're going to be hearing from us once more to say thank you and to clarify certain things. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gold Snyder.
Just wanted to thank the legislative body here for hearing our matter and for the thoughtful questions. Really enjoyed being here. Appreciate it.
Very well. Thank you. Ms. Jackson, closing comments?
Yes, thank you so much. I'll speak for myself, my father, my cousin. We absolutely enjoyed being part of this process. We respectfully thank everybody for their approval in advance. And to answer the last question, there will be 4 people working in the restaurant space. So that's it. But thank you very much. We greatly appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. And of course, we'll come to you, Mr.
Yes, thank you, Senate President Francis. And I think I just echo the sentiments of the other testifiers that thank you for having, and the body and the committee for having the hearing. And we look forward to the successful completion of this process so we could move on with the permitting and get to construction.
Very well. Thank you very much. And at this time, your final comments, Ms. Leah Laplace Matthews.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Yes. Just wanted to let the public know that the comprehensive land and water use plan is being drafted, so keep an ear and eye out for public notice of the document being ready for review. And also to give the Senate a heads up that we have a couple more rezonings coming for you. St. John requests for more housing. All three islands, actually, we have more housing requests coming in, so just letting you know.
That is good. I like that.
That is a good thing. Thank you very much for that. And having no further business, this concludes today's agenda. Before we adjourn, I'd just like to once again extend my heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Charlo James. Charlo was a former legislative employee who will be missed by all who knew him. And may he rest in peace. As again, we continue to say a shout out to our brother colleague, Senator Gittins, as he go through this difficult time of bereavement, as well as to Mr. James' family. The Committee of the Whole, of course, yeah, I said took the graph earlier when I started, so on him. I want to thank all my colleagues, thank the central staff, and everyone that was involved in today's proceedings, my staff as well. And this concludes today's Committee of the Whole. God bless you. Get home safe.